bottom tower has fallen.
Granted. Accept your guidance. Yes. Well,
Like that, the dire structures cannot be hurt. Your top tower is being hacked to pieces. Your top tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. Holy shit! Holy shit! Double kill!
flight ends. I return. You wish. I roar. Come on. Please guide me. Does it please you?
You broke the enemy's bottom tower. Axe approves.
Right. As the same direct. I am your true form behind you. I hear.
Double kill.
The Phantom strikes.
Realist of controlled speech that labels any deviation from the approved narrative as hate speech, misinformation. I'm a conspiracy theorist. I'm an extremist under the overarching blanket of what? Anti-Semitism, thereby justifying the digital guillotines of deplatforming, demonetization, and outright erasure that I and countless of my other peers who are truth tellers have endured time and time again, being forced to consistently weather these forceful scare tactics and incessant harassment for what? Pointing out the truth and calling out pedophiles? By popular demand, King of Kings here will now be available as a fine art print at arthurquonley.com. The print itself is 24 by 30 inches, so it'll be my biggest print I've ever produced. It is printed on super premium William Turner watercolor paper. It's thick and archival, so it'll last you forever. The rippled effect onto the surface will allow the ink to print in such a way where it almost looks like its own painting in and of itself. But you have all inquired about this work. You've all wanted prints. You've all been interested in this image, and it is Jesus Christ returning in Revelations upon a stallion coming back as a warrior with a beatific crown. So get it while it's hot. arthurquonley.com, click shop, King of Kings. And I guess what I'm saying is that before you decide to go viral for exposing the anti-Christian sewer dwelling small hats in a fearless manner as well, not this clickbait attention-seeking racial slop, but an intellectual scalpel canonically backing historical references and researchable papers with backed evidence, just consider the blowback. So I have an email submission form for potential collaborations or podcast appearances on my website. And obviously, as to be expected because these people are demons, I've been receiving hate mail through this portal for years now. But here are some that I received in just the last 2 weeks ever since that video went viral. The subject of this email is titled Urgent. I want to warn you to take down this video titled Why have been expelled from 109 countries. Link attached. This video has over 600,000 views on YouTube and openly promotes anti-Semitism. My colleagues and I have discussed the open hatred against the community visible in the content of this video and in the comments section. Well, don't read the comments, bro. If you do not take this video down, we will organize efforts to have your entire social media presence removed. This is your final warning. I mean, when you can't contest an opposing opinion and you want to take them down with censorship, doesn't that tell you everything? Gook. Nice email as well. Go back to your country, Chinese asset. American soil is for the white dynasty only. You're all no better than who want to fuck our woman. Keep see, this is my biggest problem with these haters. Like, be better. This is pathetic. Learn to fucking spell. 99% of these people are so low IQ that there's so many grammatical errors. Like, all of these emails often are riddled with spelling errors. This one is titled "Death is Coming, Boy," and the emails are never actually their emails because my form allows you to put what email you want me to reply to. So these are more anonymous cowards. The message: little boy, you are over your head, boy. Watch your back. I know where you live, who your parents are, where they live, who your friends are, who you have ties with. Why should I stop you? Tell me a good reason, little boy. You're fucked. This is called a run-on sentence, you little demon. Go back into your little sewers in Brooklyn and learn something besides Yiddish for a change. So this one's a little bit more scary because they successfully somehow got my information. The title is Be Afraid, and it correctly gives my iCloud password, but luckily I didn't have too much backed up there. Just a lot of photos of my dog and personal entries in my notepad, but those are pretty much harmless. The same people who got into my Instagram obviously are messaging here and harassing me. My Venmo and my PayPal are fucked, but not that it matters. I was banned off PayPal a while ago. You are an ugly son of a bitch, and my nation will always be greater than your pathetic country. Fuck Korea and USA. India is the alpha, and we know you fucked your sister and mother and a failed artist. Message: Hitler over Jesus. Wake up to this reality and don't talk to Aryans about problems in our nation. There is a genocide against my people, and your Christian nationalism bullshit is worse than any amount of banking or browning of my nations with nons. Fuck your so-called messiah and go bleach your skin, you stupid Christ cuck worshiper. You will never be white. White fucking power. One of the primary things I talk about is sunbathing, by the way, so I'm actually trying to get tan and golden and sun-kissed as much as possible. You fucking hillbilly retard. Here's an actual legitimate message that is a little ominous. It says, we know where you live, with my actual address here, and that my time is coming. From the truth is at gmail.com. These are the true chosen people, and you clearly don't understand anything about the Bible or your Jesus. If you had full literacy knowledge upon these matters, you wouldn't praise such a man who casted spells and blasphemed the Torah by calling these practices miracles. You are the problem. You will see the day you regret insulting the nation of Israel and its people. The video on being expelled 109 times is going to cause so much false information and distractions. It is sickening that it has over 500,000 views. Well, it has over 600,000 views now, by the way. You are the problem. I'm the problem, guys. Mark my words, if I can promise one thing, you misspelled one. In this life for you, it will be a great suffering. Great pain for those who do not see the truth. And I received it all, honestly. From deep fake AI porn of family members, a loss of banking, in other words, literal cash I saved up from years of work that is totally wiped out and inaccessible because of litigation that forced investigation that I will never receive. I've literally had ex-girlfriends contact me because they've been contacted because some old photos of us were pulled up and they reverse image searched the girl to heckle and harass. Like, why? Because they do not want outspoken and unapologetic voices encouraging others to notice the unbroken chain of expulsions and historical patterns that reveal a deeper spiritual continuity of rebellion against the Most High. And notice that the denigrating racists who stoop to their level never deal with this level of litigation and threat because it's the easiest thing to do and it actually doesn't do anything but seed more division. And nor do they want you to connect the dots between the Hollywood illusion factories churning out predictive programming and moral subversion, the endless foreign entanglements that bleed nations dry while enriching the few, the so-called public health apparatus that push experimental interventions with religious fervor while suppressing cheap, effective remedies that actually work rooted in natural law and God's provision, or the financial sorcery of central banks and fiat systems that enslave generations through usury and death, all while genuine Christian voices are systematically blacklisted from the very industries that should celebrate beauty, truth, and transcendence in art. So we have to look deeper, my friends. Beyond the political theater, where so-called left and right wings of the same predatory bird flap in orchestrated fury, staging elections that feel like contests, yet always consolidate power upwards into supranational entities, unaccountable bureaucracies, and technocratic councils that answer not to the people, but to ancient bloodlines, to secret societies, and ultimately all leading to the father of lies himself through all these sacrificing trafficking networks? Because this theater thrives on a manufactured crisis. Pandemics that conveniently expand surveillance states, climate hysterias that justify rationing and control over energy and food, cultural wars that pit neighbor against neighbor over trivialities while the real architects loot the treasury and erode our sovereignty. Each act calibrated to induce fear, fatigue, and submission so that the average soul, bombarded by flickering screens and dopamine hits all day, never pauses long enough to ask the actual forbidden questions, which is what I've been asking here, which is why I'm dealing with this, which is what we all can ask, which is, who truly benefits from this chaos? Why does every solution proposed by the ruling class seem to erode family, faith, and freedom into oblivion? And why, in the midst of unprecedented material abundance, the spiritual desolation and demographic collapse grip the once Christian West, while a certain ethno-religious network appears uniquely insulated from all criticism? Their historical patterns of influence, expulsion, and re-influence airbrush from polite discourse under threat of career annihilation. Because that's what I'm exhibiting here in a only recent compilation as well. This goes back for me personally for years. And I don't need to only be anecdotal. I have references from all my friends who are speaking the truth. Because this demographic has no kinetic gifts or inclination to collectivize labor. They don't create anything, so they have to weaponize language itself, redefining words like tolerance to mean celebration of every inversion of natural and divine order, while branding true biblical Christianity as given onto the responsibility of strong men to destroy evil as bigotry, twisting justice into redistributive theft and racial grievance rather than impartial righteousness before God, perverting so-called science, more like scientism, into a dogmatic priesthood that brooks no dissent onto topics from gender fluidity to mRNA mandates, even as genuine empirical inquiry into patterns of power, usury, ritualistic symbolism in elite gatherings, or the Talmudic and Kabbalistic undercurrents influencing policy remains turbulent. And I have, of course, first felt this personally as an artist. My paintings, which unapologetically exalt that Christ is King, the vine from which we must stay rooted, the triumphant lamb against the synagogue of Satan and dark principalities, have led to blackballing in galleries that once feigned openness but now enforce a sterile, materialist, often occult-tinged modernism that flatters the elites rather than creating beauty that convinces the souls of mankind. They want you blind to this Bolshevik precedent, where Christian persecution under godless regimes slaughtered millions in the name of utopian equality, patterns repeating today through soft totalitarianism, cancel culture, lawfare via these selective litigation letters demanding takedowns of protected speech, assets frozen that punish the outspoken, while the truly powerful are operating above the law in the first place, like a bunch of total hypocrites. Swattings, hacks, shadow bans, debanking, these are not isolated misfortunes. These are tactical enforcement mechanisms of this fear matrix, designed to make the cost of dissent so high that most self-censor into irrelevance just out of self-protection, just to self-preserve, leaving the field to controlled opposition figures who rant loudly but never touch any spiritual roots. The demonic elitism that rules through blood sacrifice, disguised as racial revolutionaries, are no different than abortion mills echoing ancient Baal Moloch worship through Freemasonic and Saturnian symbolism, saturating corporate logos, government architecture, and entertainment through agendas that poison the food supply, the air, the injections, and the information stream to weaken bodies and minds for easier domination. And just observe how political theater distracts with bread and circus spectacles, presidential debates, no different than watching the Super Bowl, that ignore the real strings pulled by unelected billionaires, central bankers, and international forums, all while the true rulers advance digital IDs, programmable currencies, carbon tracking, and AI-driven social credit systems that will make current censorship right now actually seem quaint in retrospect if this continues. All to ensure no one looks deeper into the true eschatological battle unfolding before us, where the counterfeit Israel and Zionist mechanizations clash with the true kingdom of God, where Hollywood influencers and political Zionists push narratives that shield certain crimes from scrutiny, even as Christian martyrs' blood cries out from the pages of history under Soviet and now neo-Bolshevik influences. And this isn't mere theoretical banter, my friends. All of this becomes very real if you're genuinely effective at convincing the masses to question the hypocritical authoritarians that silence your freedoms. Like, look at what came to my door last Saturday. Those are either two skinny boys or the most malnourished, effeminate men on the planet. And don't get me wrong, this cowardice doesn't happen that often, but the fact that it happens enough that you have to move from time to time is honestly annoying. So I guess they're effective. And of course, you tell the cops about it and they don't care. They don't even ask to see the faces up close. It's actually kind of crazy. Because evil and those who serve him, the rulers at hand, fear an awakened populace armed with the cross and righteous zeal, steeped in memento mori and the wisdom that material power is dust before the throne of the Almighty. A populace that rejects the fear porn and instead builds a parallel economy, Christian communities, families rooted in natural law as taught by people like Weston Price and Sally Fallon, and who venerate art that glorifies the divine rather than the depraved. Yeah, they want us atomized. They want us scrolling in echo chambers of controlled speech where algorithms amplify division so that it's race against race, sex against sex, nation against nation, all of these talking points, while the real enemy laughs from gilded towers, their wealth compounded by the very crisis that they orchestrate. And anyone who sees through partisanship gets truly pilloried. And that's why the story of my life is kind of that of resilience. I'm kind of that artist who is restarting again and again, and yet again. That's why I'm on YouTube in the first place. Like, I'm a totally new YouTuber now pushing my long form dissertations despite everything, and I still just refuse to yield because perfect love casts out fear, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against the true universal Christ. I don't care. I guess the point of this video is that I want to invite you all to reject the blindness, and you do this by turning off the theater. Dig instead into the forbidden histories, the financial trails, the spiritual genealogies of power. Fast and pray, study the word, create beauty or become an admirer of beauty, and support independent voices seeking the truth. Support parallel institutions. Raise your children in the fear of the Lord rather than the fear of man. And know that this demonic system, for all its fury against warriors like us sitting here together watching this video, is already defeated at the cross. Because the rulers may control speech for now. They may stage their plays of left versus right. They may freeze assets and send litigation letters and hack accounts and SWAT homes, but they cannot chain the Holy Spirit that moves through the remnant, the unapologetic Christians who see the full spectrum of corruption and are willing to say it. The Gates technocratic nightmares to the Talmudic distortions, from Freemasonic rites to the unbroken patterns of influence, and who respond not with violence, which I again condemn utterly, but with repentance, proclamation, artistic excellence, zeal, and a steadfast endurance until the King returns in glory.
okay, I wanted to do this. I wanted to meet you. I heard about you from my friend Sean Ryan, wonderful man, who was going on about you and the work that you're doing on the darkest things happening on the internet, which we'll talk about in a minute. But he said, this is a guy who really understands how to use the internet, just open source, and also non-open source, since you're also an expert on hacking. But so let's just start there. What can you learn about someone you've never met on the internet, open source?
Basically everything. And what I did with you, because I was told in advance that you're not really a computer guy.
I don't own a computer, actually.
You don't even own a computer.
I do not own a computer. I have an iPhone, which is, I don't know how different that is from a computer. I haven't owned a computer since 2011 because I just disapprove, basically.
Well, hey, to each his own, right? But that is a computer that you have.
Yeah, it is a computer. You're totally right.
It's back when I was a kid, that thing's like 10 times more powerful.
You're totally right. And I always say I don't have a TV, but like I get X or whatever YouTube on my phone, so it's like a distinction without a difference. It's a absurd pretense that I keep up.
Hey, it's when I was doing the research, I confirmed that running your phone number, running your email, there's not many accounts connected to them. So it's
no accounts. Yeah. I don't have email that I use. I don't have email really, and I've had the same phone number since 1995.
I found some old, and I'll show you in a second, but the old news-related emails. There was one with S. Carlson at, there's all your old emails, but it doesn't seem like anything is active. So for me, the 20-minute challenge was, I think you might be
So
shocked.
it's a 20-minute challenge, 20 minutes to find out what you can about somebody?
That's all. We called it that in the office, just to see what we could find on you. And let me pull out my laptop and show you.
So you do own a computer, is what you're saying?
I own a lot of computers. I am a nerd.
Yeah, there's something about, I don't know. We're not in charge of the growth of technology and its increasing power over our lives. I'm certainly not in charge. And yes, I did put in Starlink in my hunting camp, which is a huge mixed blessing. But I just want to say out loud that I disapprove.
Disapprove of these.
I do. I just do. No, I don't disapprove of computers.
We can smash this thing right
no,
here on camera.
I'm not that unreasonable. I feel like human autonomy and human consciousness, like our ability to think for ourselves, is threatened by technology, and I'm upset by it.
I agree with that, and this might make you even more angry. So, is this your social security number?
Let me get my glasses.
For the ancestors.
It certainly is. I don't know. How do you have my social security number?
Well, so I have your social security number. I have your full name, obviously. I don't think that's a secret. I see all your fishing licenses and hunting licenses from Alaska, Oregon, Virginia. I mean, I found all the places that you do your thing.
Alaska, Oregon, Virginia, huh?
Yep, I even have your driver's license number in Florida.
Oh, that's so funny.
Looks like you haven't changed your phone number in a long time.
1995.
Okay, so that
every mental patient in America has my phone number. Everybody has. I'm not afraid of people. I'm never going to be afraid of people. So,
one thing I want to tell you about how I have your social security number and why is kind of ridiculous, to be honest with you. Have you heard of the National Public Data Breach?
No.
Okay, so
can I just say that I keep my assets in gold coins buried in a place that only my children can identify. So,
well,
I'm totally safe. You can't drain my bank account.
Well, let me show you something. You might not be able to drain your bank account, but here is your signature from your warranty deed. So having your...
How do you have that? That is my actual signature.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Which is not my name, so I don't know how you would have that.
Oh, I pulled it from public record.
That is crazy.
Yep. So if I use your social, I have your general location. I know you use a PO box to buy everything. I found behind the PO box. I saw your motorcycle transaction that you made. I have the old plate and the new plate with the Harley. I found as much as I could in the 20 minutes.
You found my Harley!
Yeah. So
not something I talk about. That's so funny. Wow. Okay.
But my point here is...
The new 6 speeds are amazing. Can I just say that?
I can imagine.
Had 4 speeds.
I love motorcycles.
I do too. Yeah, I secretly do. Very secretly.
So the National Public Data breach was ridiculous, to be honest with you. It was 2.8 billion records about a year and a half ago, roughly. And a Florida sheriff ran a data broker website, which had, just you could look up somebody's name, similar to white pages. But for whatever reason, this Florida sheriff got access to all of this data and was using it to, I'm assuming sell data, make money on it. Well, he decided to reuse credentials for a demo project or old project on his main production system, which allowed 2.8 billion records to be exposed with, we know there's about 300 million Americans. So if there's 2.8 billion records in this database, there's a good chance that you're in it with your social security number. And you're in there about, I think, 15 times if you look at that document, with everywhere you've ever lived, including anyone associated, etc.
And this is all publicly available now?
It's publicly available, and what we did was, because since like I said, I could, maybe you have all your assets in gold, let's say. Like, I have the ability to call your electric company and pretend that I'm you, and what do I not have about you to confirm that I'm you? Or if I want to open up a credit card, or if I want to buy a Harley, there's not much that's stopping me. We decided, and I'll get into some of this in a little bit, but we started a cybersecurity company using the methodologies that I use to locate these predators and traffickers. And instead of doing something like, targeting bad people, you can sign up for it and protect your digital footprint. So we were sitting in a hotel room. This data breach came out, and we're like, we want people to know if they're in this, immediately, because if your social's exposed, you should be freezing your credit right now. And we noticed nobody else was allowing anyone to search for this. So we threw it together as fast as we possibly could, and it was all over the place, Tucker. We didn't realize that the news was going to pick up on it the way that it did. There were Congress people in New York even demonstrating how to use our search on our website. I believe it was Richie Torres in New York. And there was a bunch of them. That's just the one that's coming to mind. And, this is not me trying to advertise, it's just relevant to the story. But people would go to NPD, National Public Data, .pentester.com, and you can run your name. You'll see if you're in this breach. If you are, it doesn't cost you any money whatsoever to freeze your credit. And we give you the instruction on how to go to TransUnion, Equifax, Experian, and freeze it. And people think, well, if I freeze my credit, it's going to affect my score or whatever. It doesn't hurt your score to freeze it. It just stops people from being able to run a soft or hard query against it. And when you're ready to go do something that requires your credit, you just click the unfreeze button, which takes 10 seconds. They run your credit, and then you freeze it again. And this will alleviate a ton of issues. I mean, I don't know if your credit's frozen. I'm hoping by the time that this episode's out, it is, because
I don't have any credit. I don't take any loans.
Okay, well, if you're not worried, you're not worried. But
I don't want credit. I don't like money lending, period.
Understood. But most people would be worried, but there's a good chance this is not me fear mongering. Your social's most likely in this database if you're watching this episode, So it's the way that you didn't know about it, even though it was all over the news. A lot, almost everyone I meet face to face is not aware that they're in this data breach, and we're doing a good job at exposing that it exists. I cannot take this data breach off of some hacker's computer in Russia, or whoever downloaded it. I don't know how familiar you are with how these data breaches work, but I can't remove your data from a data breach. It's just a file that gets shared amongst many people.
It's out there, yeah.
It's out there. So your social is on as many people's computers as that downloaded that data breach. So we're doing the same thing, but showing you, we're allowing you to search through that file. And then we give you the options to freeze your credit.
We're going to need biometrics really soon. I mean, that's probably the point of this, right? To get us to biometrics, because...
Yeah, well, I mean, I just don't understand how the sheriff in the first place got access to every single American's personal information, including their socials. But from there, we thought, okay, how can you clean up your digital footprint? Which I'm going to show you something that I don't know what your thoughts on facial recognition are and all of that, but I want to show you some cool stuff that people are scared of, but they should also look at as, you have a digital footprint even though you don't use a computer.
Yeah.
People need to realize that. They have to understand.
How long until people's porn records get leaked?
Immediately. This is I can show you an example of it right now. And the way that we built this platform was, like I said, how we identified predators and traffickers, but now it's any consumer can sign up for it. See what's out there on them, see what accounts are connected to them, their kids, if their kids have some secret, accounts or anything like that. And let's say they were in a wedding photo 4 years ago and they were in the back corner and half their face is showing. That might be enough identifiable information. So I'd identify that, they are, what their name is or who they are just by them walking down the street and being in a photo, which I'll demonstrate so it makes more sense. We could use somebody here that doesn't have as much of a public image because you and I, we could take a picture and you're going to see a ton of results. But somebody, if they're willing, if not, I'll show you my own face or yours or whatever you'd like. We built that because, I'll give you a good example. This happened recently. So we hired, are you familiar with Wynwood in Miami?
No.
Okay, so it's an art district in Miami. And there's awesome graffiti artists down there. And we decided to hire a graffiti artist that, is most likely committing crimes when he's not being paid legitimately to paint our office. And the guy was a super nice guy, but he went by an alias. And he was going to be in our office for 6 to 8 days. That's what he said to us. So we said to the guy, we asked him what his name was. He was a little bit hesitant to tell us. He honestly didn't. He just told us his alias, which was a 3-letter word. And I took a picture of his face and I ran it through our system. I found a picture of him with his grandparents that had their full names in it. And I said, look, man, this is how easy, a surveillance camera or anybody taking a photo of you can identify you in 2026. We could get into the whole Europe privacy laws with facial recognition in China, but like in the United States with this technology, instead of using it for good, in our case, where we're showing you what's out there about yourself, people can use this for bad to identify you or your kids or your family. And it's very dangerous. And, we just want people to know about this stuff. So we built some really cool technology if you want to check it out.
That's amazing.
A lot of people hesitate before getting traditional therapies for cholesterol health. They don't want to wind up stuck on capsules for the rest of their lives. Pills, they'd rather feel like they have some say in how they take care of their own bodies. And that's why more Americans are turning to more gentle alternatives with ingredients they recognize. Ingredients like ginger and pomegranate. One of those alternatives is a Dose for Cholesterol. Dose for Cholesterol is a clinically backed cholesterol support supplement that targets triglycerides.
For anyone in the
Good, and they're not on some kind of weird chemical cocktail. It actually works. We wouldn't partner with them if it didn't work. Dose is easy to use. It's a daily 2-ounce liquid shot that tastes like a mango. Ooh, no capsules, no powders. It's seamless to use. Visit dosedaily.co/Tucker. Use code Tucker for 35% off. That's dosedaily.co/Tucker. Code Tucker for 35% off. It's worth it.
So can you do that for anyone in the U.S.?
Yeah, anyone. Yeah, I mean, let me see. Do you mind if I get up and show you the
I hope
computer?
you will.
All right.
Amazing. Hold on. Oh my gosh.
Probably going back a long time.
There's my childhood home. Yeah, I mean, these are places I haven't lived in 40 years.
Wow.
Wow, that is crazy. Okay. So you've just taken a picture of my face and you're feeding my face into the database.
I'm not going to feed it into the database. This is not going to be stored or anything like that. We're only doing it just to show an example of it's taking 120 measurements of your face. So like, for example, let's say you were wearing makeup or something, or you had purple hair. It doesn't make a difference because there's other measurements that will, like I said, it could be half of your face or a quarter of your face. It's just going to try to use those measurements to identify you. Not the actual image itself. There's a difference between reverse image searching, like looking for an identical image, and reverse facial recognition, where it's trying to measure like this nostril is this many centimeters from the lower earlobe, in a lot of different measurements.
Let's just say you're not a criminal. You have no interest in breaking the law here in the United States, but you don't want to be identified on the basis of your face. Is there anything you can do to disguise your identity and foil facial recognition?
Unfortunately, wearing a mask, I mean, you could still be identified by the top half of your face. I mean, you could wear like a COVID mask or something if you're one of those guys, but you could do that. You could wear, I mean, it's extreme though, like wearing a full face mask to cover. put a hood up and walk past cameras with your head down. I mean, you can't really get around this technology.
You can't.
No.
So sunglasses don't do it.
No. We could try to mess with you in any way, and I guarantee you. I'll speak loud, but you see these URLs underneath of them?
Yeah.
So in each one of these, and there's an endless supply of photos of you on the internet, Tucker, so it'd be kind of pointless to go through these for you. But let's say you're average person. Let's say you're in your 40s, 50s, 60s, and you don't know what's out there on yourself because it's not possible to search by your face unless you have a specialized tool to do it.
Right.
Law enforcement usually has this, ability, but consumers don't. And what we did is we allow you to search and we show you where that image is at. So then you can either reach out to us, or if you can take it upon yourself to contact that website, whether it be, let's say, as I used a wedding photographer, reach out to that wedding photographer and say, hey, I would like my photo taken down off of your website. Or if it's, maybe you're at a kid's sports game and it's showing pictures of your children, you want to know that stuff is out there because somebody else could be searching you. It's, it's not about, everybody's like, it's not going to happen to me. It's not going to happen to me. But then sometimes it happens to you. And that's why we built what we built, and we're trying to hit every angle. We're trying to hit your digital footprint as a whole, and then we're automating as many removals as possible for you, so that you could just, essentially put in your email, put in your name to pen tester, as much information as you're willing to give us, and then over time, it'll start to build out a profile on you, the same way that I did in that little challenge, but automatically, and then you'll start to see removals happening over time. And you'll see where it got removed from, where, how many are pending, how many are left. It's a super cool, easy process. And I'm going to sound like a car salesman, but it's less than $20. And I don't know why I think everybody should be doing it. There's just nobody out there doing this. And you get all of this for $20.
It doesn't seem like there's any privacy possible in the United States.
Absolutely not. No. And when it comes to technology, you are fully exposed. It's like you're naked, I mean, I came in here, we met one time before in person, and it's not like I snuck your social out of your wallet that day. I came in here saying, hey, Tucker, I have your social security number, your warranty deed, and your signature. Maybe you don't have credit, but most people in the United States do. And it's a big deal to them, So
of course, and I didn't mean, I understand that, and the system is set up against people, which is my main problem with the system. You shouldn't have to be heavily in debt in order to live here.
Agreed.
If you've got a job and you're like a responsible person who works 8 hours a day, but you have to have debt.
No, you shouldn't have to have.
Then the system is designed to enslave you, which ours is. So that I'm just opposed to it. So, but I didn't mean to be like, I don't have any debt. No, I'm very privileged not to have debt. And by the way, it's the very first thing I did when I made some dough. I didn't buy anything. I paid off all my loans because I despise being indebted to anybody, and I despise the people who put you in debt. I do. I mean it.
Understood.
From the bottom of my heart.
Yeah.
I would despise a slave master, and they run around like, we're making the American dream possible. No, you're stealing it actually from people. And you should be ashamed.
Totally agree with you there. And
sorry.
No, you're good.
You can see I'm filled with eccentric resentments, but and I think in a normal society we would recognize that. And anyone who's lending money at super high interest rates, committing usury at that level, should be prosecuted for it.
110%. I agree with that. I mean, even those payday loans, for example, are horrible. The reverse mortgages are being marketed like crazy right now. I mean, there's a lot of dangerous, horrible loans.
Immoral, and they're always running around calling everyone else immoral. But that is immoral. And by the way, I gave a speech once to the payday loan lenders in the Bahamas. Was 25 years ago, before I really had any views on anything. And they were amusing, but man, that was the sleaziest group of people I've ever met in my life.
I have no doubt. I don't know how they sleep at night.
I agree.
Well, here's a pretty awful statistic. Over 85% of the so-called grass-fed beef sold in this country comes from other countries. It's not American. That's no good for our farmers. It's a tragedy for them. And that's why it matters to be intentional about where you buy your meat. That's why we buy our meat from Good Ranchers. Good Ranchers partners with local farmers, and ranchers deliver 100% American meat delivered right to your house. It's pasture-raised, has no antibiotics, no added hormones, nothing awful or bad for you. It's quality meat, and you can feel good about eating it and serving it to the people you love. We use Good Ranchers meat for dinners here. It's awesome. We could eat it every day and never get bored. It's like a dog eating dog food. Every time you are thrilled. We are anyway. Start your plan today and you'll get free meat included with every order plus $100 off your first 3 orders. Use the code Tucker to get that. Visit goodranchers.com. The code is Tucker. That's free meat with every order and $100 off your first 3 orders when you start your subscription plan this month. Or if you just want to try it out, you can get $40 off your first order with the code Tucker. Goodranchers.com, American meat delivered to you.
Yeah.
So anyway, but I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be like, I can't believe people have to have jobs. I get it. Everyone is in debt. Everyone has to be.
You know, I totally understand that, and the way I look at it, in my personal belief, is there's good debt and bad debt, because you can, in my life, I own software companies and real estate, and taking an equity line out to buy another property.
You're playing at a different level. I've never been in business. I'm just like some employee who talks for a living. So like I have a very simple financial picture of my life. Don't have that much money, but I don't have any debt. And I think in my business, where you like make people mad, if you have debt, boy,
they go after it.
Yeah,
because judgments and liens are public as well. So you don't have any, obviously, but it's usually that people could find them.
Well, you wonder why all these members of Congress and the hair hats on television are all saying exactly the same thing, because they're exposed, and everyone thinks it's exposed sexually, and a huge number of them are creepy sexually. But it's not just that; it's the money, it's the debt, it's the leash that keeps them in line.
That's wild.
I think.
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. It sounds like it. I've never had this conversation before. Yeah, normally it's for me it's like, no, you're fine.
Well, if you're in debt to anybody, you're literally in debt to them. You owe them something you haven't yet paid. So that is, by definition, their control over you, right?
Yeah, they have control over you, and they can take your assets if you don't pay them. So I totally understand it, and it's a risky. Depending on the type of person. Some people are more risk taking when they don't have the funds. I don't believe you should be taking out loans that you can't afford.
Yeah.
It's people saying don't spend money you don't have. It's something most people are aware of, but some people don't practice that.
Yeah, I used to feel that way. Now I'm kind of like, I don't know. I think people should stop paying their credit cards. I know no one else agrees with me. And, you have a moral obligation. Really? Well, you have a moral obligation not to send credit card applications to kids in college. So this goes both ways. It's like just blaming the drug addict and never mentioning the dealer. Someone's selling the fentanyl. And that person is on the hook too. So that's how I feel. So like, is it a sin to rip off your drug dealer? I guess. It's not one I'm going to judge you for.
Yeah, I think it's 100% agree with you there. Yeah, I can't argue that.
Yeah. So anyway, wow. Well, that's all very shocking. Let me ask you a super dumb question, because that's the only kind I have, which is when someone has your social security number, like how threatening is that?
So when someone has your social, it just gives them the ability to, pretend to be you. So whether it be, we talked about loans and credit and all that stuff. Take that out of the picture. Imagine if, I think you've experienced this based on just a rumor. You've been SIM swapped before, like somebody's stolen your phone number and tried to.
Oh, yeah, multiple times.
So, I'm assuming your carrier now is a lot more strict with your phone number.
We've locked it down.
Yeah. But for your average person, if I call in and I say, "Hey, I'm Jane Doe. I have I have her social security number." I can sound like a man. They can't judge me in 2026. So I'm Jane Doe with a man's voice with a social. They're going to let me do practically anything I want to the account. That doesn't mean essentially every time is going to be a SIM swap, but I can authenticate to pretty much anything as you. Your electric in your house, let's say, I report a problem with the electric and they turn the power off on a Friday night and you don't get your power back till Monday. That could be a problem in some cold areas or some hot areas.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, there's real life consequences to a social security number, which is such a ridiculous way to identify somebody because they're incremental, and I think it was 2011 is when the prefix of them, like the first 3 digits, started becoming randomized. Like the first, I think it was the 3 digits meant like the hospital, and the next 2 was the time frame, something like that. After 2011, it was changed to completely random. But social security numbers are not, in my opinion, a good way to keep yourself private.
Well, because they are not, and this is what sort of half-asked you a minute ago, because the system is so obviously flawed and the internet itself is not secure because it was designed to be open, it'll never be secure. There will always be data breaches, always. And because everything takes place on the internet, specifically financial transactions, don't we have to go to biometrics?
I think we need to, yeah, and it is absolutely a possibility now. With fingerprints have been around for a long time for fingerprint locks, and now the consumer, you can go to Home Depot and buy a fingerprint lock for your home. But we have biometrics for retina scanning I've seen it at the airport before with Clear. I think Clear might have changed from retina scanning to just facial recognition, but we have the ability to do all of these different biometrics that are pretty solid ways to authenticate yourself. The issue, which we could get more into this later, but there's platforms out there that are trying to use biometrics like facial scanning to determine age to allow someone on a platform. It's failing miserably, and
why?
Because it's just the technology is doing a bad job at identifying the person's age. Like for example, if I scanned my face, it might say, I'm 32 years old, but it could tell me that I'm 50. It could tell me that I'm 18. It could tell me that I'm 16. It just depends on whatever that platform decides.
Yeah.
And in my experience,
depends on the kind of life you've lived. Honestly.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Honestly, Ryan.
Yeah, and I have lived a crazy life, so who knows what I don't know. This is in particular with the last couple of weeks with Roblox.
Yeah.
So Roblox implemented this as a safety measure after a guy named Schlep, his name he goes by. And myself went on some podcasts, talked about the dangers of that platform and showed some real examples, which, I'll show you some stuff in a little bit. But their way to combat this issue was, at least what it seems, is using kids. They have to scan their face, and then they get grouped into, grouped into lobbies with other kids their age that they determine from a third-party company that we don't know what they're doing with the biometric data of the children's faces. And a lot of the time they're getting it wrong. And to make matters worse, you can go on eBay and buy accounts for certain age ranges. So what do you think a predator is going to do with, let's say you get a 13-year-old account already verified, Roblox, for, $15 on eBay. Now the guy can go target 13-year-olds because he just spent $15. But the moral of that is, Roblox has a huge responsibility. They're a big platform. They're the largest platform for children in the world. They're a multi-billion-dollar corporation, and I can't fully blame them. I don't think they've made good decisions. I don't know if you know that they've banned vigilantes from their platform. They don't let law enforcement on there.
Okay, so can you describe for people who don't have kids at home what Roblox is?
Okay, so Roblox is imagine Legos. I'm sure most people know what Legos are. Digital Legos where they're walking around the screen, they're chatting with each other, and they're playing games with each other, like just to keep things simple, tic-tac-toe virtually. And they look like little Lego characters. And the children are able to type to each other and talk inside of these Roblox games. And there's, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old children playing this game. It's very, very popular amongst them. And, with this age verification situation that they just added, it makes it more dangerous in my opinion, and I have solutions on what they could do. I have a friend that I can't name, but they're federal law enforcement. They, have been in child crimes for longer than I've been alive, and they didn't even get them to the second interview stage. I found out that they don't have anyone. This is just me being told something, but I found out they had no one that's ever worked child crimes for our government or legal state working on their team to help with these issues. And as the largest game in the world for children, you would think that they would do everything in their power to keep predators off of that platform. And the point that I was trying to get at was that if you have a platform that's full of kids, it's going to attract a child. I'm sorry. If you have a platform that is full of children, it's going to attract a predator, because that's what predators do. They put themselves in positions like becoming teachers or becoming, police officers or camp counselors or, whatever gives them access to children. So, yes, Roblox is, for me to say, is Roblox intentionally trying to make a platform for predators to groom children? I don't think that's their goal, but I think they're doing a horrible job at trying to combat it. And there's easy ways for them to make this problem a lot better. And what I want to do as an individual is educate as many parents out there that, because a lot of them, their kids are playing this game. 150 million daily active users or something like that. Some crazy high number of kids around the world are playing this game. And, it saddens me that parents have no idea. They just hand them an iPad, they hand them a computer, and they sit in a corner and play this game where strangers are getting access to them and asking them for some of the most horrific things that I've ever seen in almost 8 years of child crimes and trafficking, which, there's a lot. It's a lot easier to show you what I mean by that than tell you that, because it's, parents, can hear internet has predators. The park, there might be a sex offender at the park that's staring at a kid, but until they see it or it's happened to them, it's usually not real. And of course, it's easy to say somebody like myself who works in this space is going to be an extremist or somebody that's going to immediately assume everybody is bad because I deal with this every day. I have no evidence to believe that it isn't a significant problem, because I'm finding in almost 8 years that there's more people that are willing to meet or talk with a child inappropriately than not on not just Roblox, but any social media platform, chat app, and I've demonstrated this live on many podcasts. And it's never failed, unfortunately. I wish that I could fail. I wish I could pull my laptop out, go to a chat site, pretend to be a child, and not have a grown man asking me to do something inappropriate. But I have never failed, unfortunately.
It's a pretty overwhelming time in history, certainly in this country, and that's why prayer is more important than ever. Prayer keeps you connected with God, and it reduces stress. It puts your life and the world into perspective. Our friends at the Hallow app just launched their May prayer challenge. It's called the Detachment Challenge. It's about taking a step back and getting that perspective on the troubles of this world. That's not to suggest we should abandon our responsibilities here or care less. You should care more. But fundamentally, it means placing your faith in God. Work and hobbies matter, but they should not carry the full weight of your heart. Being more present with God is the only thing that matters, and it's what changes you and the world around you. Through simple daily prayer and reflection, you learn to trust God more deeply, find a kind of steadiness that does not depend on everything around you going right. You don't have to have it all figured out. You just have to show up and stay true to your faith, and Hallow helps you do that. Download Hallow and get 3 months for free at hallow.com/Tucker. It is absolutely the best.
Part of the problem is it's too upsetting. And I think we were talking about this off camera. I think it's, they're the most upsetting things, children being hurt being at the very top of it, people can't even face it. They don't want to think about it. They just compartmentalize it and move on, not because they support it, but precisely because of how violently they are opposed to it. But it's just really upsetting.
I understand that, but to give you just a counter to that, right after my interview with Sean Ryan, a 13-year-old girl from the same exact group I was just talking about was hanging by an extension cord in a parking lot. And in the chat room while she did this live, we're saying that they would, she took her clothes off, it'd be hot or she died. In the parking lot. This happened right
Actually?
after. Yeah. There's been a ton of suicides. This is a significant issue, and that's why I wanted to talk about it. And Sean brought it up.
What platform was this?
That was they're luring through mental health support groups. They're looking for vulnerable kids, and then they befriend them. And then after they befriend them, and they pretend they're boyfriend or girlfriend, they exchange nude photos. And then after the nude photos are exchanged, instead of sex stewarding them like a Nigerian scammer might for money, they try to get them to harm themselves in exchange for not having their photos exposed to, their friends, family, school. They're sex stewarding them, but they're using, instead of money, they want them to carve group names and usernames into their chests, into their wrists, into their bodies. And then, sometimes it escalates to harming animals, like their pets in their houses, or hurting strangers. Literally, there's been murders of strangers, lighting homeless people on fire. A guy torched himself in a hotel room just to prove that he was worthy of being part of one of these groups. This is not just happening in like a little part of the country somewhere, randomly. This is on a mass scale. And, there's some people that are saying that one of the biggest dangers for children at the moment is these groups, which I know it's sad. I know people don't want to hear this stuff.
Well, it's overwhelming because there's no motive
They don't have a motive.
Right.
They're a nihilist, extremist group.
So that, I mean, I think is the definition of evil. The whole point of it is the suffering. There's no, it's not like you robbed a liquor store and shot the clerk in order to get his money, which is obviously evil, but at least it's explicable in human terms. This is just spiritual evil.
It's spiritually evil, and their logo is a pentagram. They identify as a satanic cult. And the original group was called 764 Group. It was the original, the first one that ever came out that had this ideology or methodology that they use. And they have like guides, literal guides that teach you how to groom and extort these children, and they spread them amongst each other. Well, now there's hundreds, if not thousands, of these offshoots that do exactly the same thing using different names. And,
has there been any effort to arrest these groups?
Yeah, so this is what makes it a little bit difficult. So there's 450 active investigations right now with the FBI. Not nearly enough. I could show you one group that Sentinel Foundation and I, which I'll explain how I even got involved in Sentinel Foundation in a minute. I can go in one of those groups, and there's more than 450 targets in that group alone. I mean, and more needs to be done from law enforcement, but I understand that there's difficulty because it's not like we're going after the cartel where there's a ringleader and then you can arrest all the guys underneath them. They're all in the same town or they might get caught together. These guys are from all over the country, some of them international, and it's going to be one at a time, and they don't use their real names. They don't use real photos of themselves. They go by aliases. And it's really, it's very sad. But the way to tackle this issue is not by arresting one guy at a time, because these groups are just massively getting larger and larger and larger, and a new offshoot comes out, the second one disappears. What happens is, in my experience, parents being aware of the issue, knowing what it is, knowing what to look for on their children's devices, that's going to cause a lot more impact and fix this problem, or at least make a huge dent in this problem, rather than making the total of 30 arrests that have happened and the 5 unnamed. Maybe it's a total of 35 arrests since the inception a couple years ago. I think alerting parents is going to do a way bigger.
35 people total have been arrested in 5 years?
Yeah, well, I think it's like 3 or 4 years. I don't quote me on that, but it's
not
a lot, not
3,000.
significant. Yeah, it should be way more than that. It should be way more than that, but it's not. And these guys aren't some like crazy hackers. They're connected to hacking groups called the Com. It's very deep. It's a long story, but they're not like these elite hackers that are impossible to find. A lot of them are 16, 20 somethings that they'll feel comfortable with somebody, they'll feel like they're actually their friend and disclose their real name or phone number or general idea where they live. And if that person gets arrested, they're snitching. They're looking at 30 years to life or something. They're telling on everyone they can. So, but it's not as I said. Like, yeah, we can make as many arrests as possible, and I'm all for it. But when it comes down to the scale of this issue, 35 arrests, let's just say it is not nearly enough. So I think educating parents is going to do a lot more. And that's why I'm doing these podcasts. I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing this for parents and children, of course.
Where's the forum? You said there are these chat groups where this begins. Where are those?
So I have some screenshots of these mental health support groups. Sometimes they're official, like actual mental health support group where a child may be having suicidal ideations or an eating disorder or whatever it may be. And these guys will join there looking for the child that's that's suffering, and then they reach out to them and pull them out of that site. So there's the official real sites that really will help you for your mental health, and they're luring from there, and then they create their own fake ones where they'll post on Twitter that'll say, are you struggling with XYZ? Join this group. They join the group, everybody's all nice to you and friendly and bubbly, and then the second that you send that nude photo, and I'm sure if like for me when I was a kid, getting bullied in school, for example, it's something that at the time I thought it would never go away. I thought that my life was over. I thought that no matter what I did, like nobody was ever gonna like me, and I relate with these kids that when they send these nude photos, they think my life's ruined. If this gets out to my school or to my family or to my boss or whatever it may be, that they're never going to come back from it. Like, yeah, they made a mistake. They shouldn't have been sending a naked photo of themselves on the internet. I get that. But their life will be okay. It doesn't mean you have to end your life over it. And that's what these guys want you to do. They want you to hurt yourself to the point where they're recording it, they create, you know, content from it and send it to other groups and brag about what they're doing. And you know, and the end result is them trying to get you to end your life and cause as much violence and extremism as possible. And like I said, I have video after video of these people live on camera talking to these group members, stabbing strangers, lighting people on fire, kicking old women down the steps. I could go on and on and on. I mean, it's very disturbing stuff, but it's happening, and kids are susceptible to this, and they're at risk. I mean, they genuinely are at risk. This is not me. I'm not like putting a tinfoil hat on right now and saying like this is a problem. This is a problem, like a significant one. So I would like to show you that. I know you're uncomfortable with it. I just want you to see.
Please do.
Okay.
Just as you're talking, I'm thinking like, how did we get to a place like this?
Evil. I think that, you know, we could get on a deep conversation about this, but and people might say I'm nuts, but I believe that we could be in the end times. Like the world's pretty messed up right now. So
yeah, the love between people will grow cold. That is predicted.
It is,
and it clearly has, and to hurt people for the pure joy of hurting them.
That's it. There is no other benefit. Yeah. And I've never seen anything like that in my life. You know, I especially coordinated and connected with real Satanist groups like Order of Nine Angles, like a real Satanist group off of the internet. They have a direct connection with them as well. So they identify as Satan.
I will say Russia banned Satanism. Putin banned Satanism. It's one of the reasons they hate Putin. And if you look at who hates Putin the most, it's not the anti-Satanists. You can say whatever you want, but a normal country would just ban this. Sorry. You can't try to evoke spiritual evil in my country because you'll destroy it. And they have.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's definitely illegal what they're doing. There's some weird law with, you know, child sexual abuse material, CSAM, is obviously a child that's naked. But when a child cuts their wrist or they do something like that, unless it is sexualized, it's not considered CSAM. So I believe that the same way that we made an exception in the United States with AI-generated child pornography or CSAM, we made an exception that we treat that as the real thing. Because people post pictures of their kids all the time on social media, and I have these groups, I have screenshots of these groups with 30, 40,000 users in them that are using other people's children with AI and putting them in vulnerable, horrible positions. And it's like, I don't want to be the guy going on social media saying, hey, don't post your child that you're so proud of, because these guys are weirdos. But like the size of these groups, they have a pretty good reason to say it, you know, and I can prove it. It's not me just saying it. Let me show you this group in particular, because I put it in folders. It's trigger warning here. It's a lot, Tucker. So
Here, speaking to the mic here.
there's a lot here, and it starts with luring, which this is some mental health stuff. Join cool friendly server to help you go through your hard times. And you can see Harm Nation here. That's one of the things that they use.
Harm Nation?
Yep, and you see that it says COM. So COM is connected to 764. So this looks like, okay, that looks like a younger girl joined this friendly server to help you through your depression. Another one, Outpatient Wellness Center. And then the description kind of gives away what it is. No child porn, no gore, leaking, no drugs, guns, or nudity. I mean, you shouldn't have to be specifying that in a outpatient wellness group. And this is, there was a girl who did something horrible to herself as well, who was interested in gore sites, and she was she wasn't supposed to be looking at this type of stuff online, but she was interested in the edgy stuff. If that makes sense. And that's what this is here. So it says, join if you are any of the following: mentally ill, fatherless, daddy issues, schizo, borderline personality disorder, or femcel, which means you act a little feminine as a guy. And then this is a direct invitation to, just these groups where you're going to be lured and then eventually extorted. And then here turns into the grooming stage, which, there's an entire checklist here. There's so many of these, like 220 page documents on how, I'll skip through this, but it's saying, that you can find victims on games like Roblox or on social media platforms like X, formerly known as Twitter, Reddit, and Instagram. Once you've found your victim, you have to spend a lot of time on her, make her think you can relate to a lot of stuff, and play games with her, call her cute nicknames when you have talked for a little while, like princess, darling, honey, etc. This will make her more attached to you because females love being called nicknames. Once you've talked for a while, you're going to ask her to be your girlfriend, which she most likely is going to say yes to. Now that she's under your control, you may start asking her for stuff like nudes, personal information. If she doesn't do self-harm already, then you must extort your victim. But if she does, she will almost guaranteed cut for your dirty needs when you have done all of this. So there's like, guide after guide after guide, and then them literally grooming children in these chat logs here, which I'll skip over because there's just so much to read. Pretending to be nice and how much they love them. Please call me back. I love you. I'll do anything. And this is where things get a little more graphic. So the extortion steps I'll skip through this as well. To start off, for you to be able to extort, you must also have the ability to groom. Without grooming, you won't get any information or any news, and if you groomed your victim, you pretty much have control of her. To extort a female properly, you must have the following: personal information, addresses, name, phone numbers, and nudes. And once you have this stuff, you may start threatening your victim with, for example, sending her nudes to her parents, swatting, which I'm sure you're familiar with swatting, and leaking personal information, etc. She doesn't do as you say. If she doesn't do as you say, examples, make a blood sign, which means like cut yourself and right on the walls, which I'll show you in a second here. Make a cut sign, which is cutting usernames into their body. Kill your cat, kill yourself. And at the end, if you've done everything correctly, you should have gotten exactly what you want to. Remember, never say content is content, because no one wants to see some S-word cat scratches, which means like not cutting yourself deep enough. To be honest with you, that is nothing. That is not even 10% of how bad this gets. And I know that people that are watching this are not going to see these videos and pictures.
I hope not.
Yeah.
Because that's so upsetting and this whole conversation came about because I was down at Sean Ryan's place in Tennessee, and he was overwhelmed and really wounded for real. It was a Navy SEAL, seen a lot. And this just undid him for a time, and I can see why. I just feel like the only way that that's ever going to get fixed is not through law enforcement, federal law enforcement, but through like Christian religious revival. I mean, only an atheist country could have stuff like that.
It's unbelievable. It's sad, and I agree with you. And I believe in God. I think that that these people are the definition of evil. I can't find any other justification of why this stuff even happens outside of evil.
It does make you reassess the satanic sacrifice panic of the 1980s. We were told Dorothy Rabinowitz of the Wall Street Journal told us it was a panic, and I believed her. There were a bunch of arrests in the 80s of these satanic cult rings that were abusing children, and there was a lot of evidence it was real, but then there was some evidence that it wasn't real, and I didn't know what to think. And then I remember thinking at the time, this is in the early 90s, there's no way that could actually happen. They're not organized satanic groups sacrificing animals, harming children, killing children, holding black masses. This is America, man.
is weird. It's very,
But it's clearly true.
It's clearly true, and Tucker, I haven't. Like, you don't want to see it, but I can show you these people in the masses. These groups are not like 5 people in them. There's mass quantities of people in these groups that are doing this, that are participating in this behavior, as well as trying to join these groups. They require proof of crime, is what they call. So, like, if you want to be a part of a specific group, you have to prove that you have victims, whether that be digital victims that were sextorted, or maybe you went out and murdered a homeless person, which is, I have a couple videos of homeless people being murdered. One that will never leave my brain isn't like I just brought up, the old woman. He's on a call with somebody from the group. He kicks her down the steps and he starts just beating on her, and then he slits her throat, and you watch this, and he's doing this live with somebody on a phone call laughing, and then you see him running through a field with a knife. It has blood all over it, and it was just a senseless act of violence for evil. I mean, it's just evil. And it infuriates me so much, to the point, and upsets me, of course, and that's why I talked about in the beginning, the compartmentalization. If I wasn't able to turn this off, I won't be able to function. I can't, I'm not heartless. I do have a soul, and I go to church twice a week, and I pray to God that this stuff goes, not just this, but any type of child crime, just disappears. I know it's not realistic. I know that evil powers this country, and I know that Satan is the prince of the air, is what it says in the Bible. I know these things, but I have to understand that my spot is to use my voice, use my experience, use my time to educate as many people as I possibly can about these problems, because unfortunately, 1 in 4 girls are hurt, sexually as children. 1 in 20 boys are, and that number, what does that number end up being in the future? Especially if these victims, not all of them, but a large number of them reoffend in their lifetime. What happens in the next generation? Is it going to be 1 in 2 girls and 1 in 10 boys? And where does this end? So I pray that this ends, and parents actually open up and they realize that these devices, like, you hand your kid a phone, an iPad, a computer, a gaming console, because it's almost like a babysitter to them. When I was a child, which was only 20 something years ago, my mom gave me a prepaid phone that I had to top up with minutes, and I'm sure people can relate to that. If she said, "Give me that phone," I wouldn't have cared. But these kids, that's their connection to the world. That's like cutting off one of their hands. That these phones are their connection to people. And if they're scared to come to you about something like what I just showed you, or somebody that's extorting them or grooming them, or they don't know what grooming is, and they can't determine that they're being groomed, having these conversations with your kids and knowing that they're going to come to you if something like this happens, even if it is embarrassing to them, could potentially save their life. And that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm not doing it because I enjoy looking at children cutting their wrists.
It's so bad. It's so bad for anyone to see those images, and I feel sorry for you. And I know, a lot of people I've seen some ugly things. Not that, nothing by comparison to an afternoon on the internet, though.
Yeah, the internet's wild. And the reason why
is there any effort at all to? There's a lot of effort to police my political speech. Any criticism of Benjamin Netanyahu is instantly policed. But is there any real effort to police this?
So one thing, going back to Roblox, is they banned vigilantes on their platform, Schlepp being one of them.
Explain what that means.
So a vigilante is somebody that's taking the law into their own hands. And Schlepp, he got, I think it was 6 of them arrested with mugshots from the Roblox platform. So he pretended to be a child on the platform, waited for people to message him. But even as a civilian, entrapment doesn't exist. You have to be law enforcement for it to be entrapment. But he pretended to be, just like a law enforcement officer. Grown adults messaged him. He got 6 arrests in a short period of time, and then Roblox banned him from the platform and sent him a cease and desist in the mail.
Why?
Because he's a vigilante on the platform, and they believe that causes more danger. And they put this ridiculous press release out that people can look into. From there, Schlepp started to go public. He got an attorney.
Roblox?
This guy, I forget the guy's name. I can bring it up if you want. It's a publicly traded company. But the CEO's name is escaping me at the moment. I think it's whatever. Schlepp, though, is a younger kid, and he's been working with Chris Hansen on doing some awesome stuff, and a documentary. And unfortunately, he was groomed on the platform as a child, which is what motivated him to be a vigilante on the platform. And I think that I just can't comprehend why a platform would why a platform would ban the people that are helping make it cleaner, even if it is in a...
Why do you think? What's the motivation there?
I have no idea.
Did they reach out to him and say thank you for what you've done?
No, they did the opposite. They sent a cease and desist in the mail to his house, which is, he posted it on Twitter. And
did they allege he did something wrong?
I don't believe that. I think they just were saying that it was dangerous, or I'd have to look at the press release for the exact words. I don't want to get sued by Roblox, so I'm trying to be careful with what I say here. But this is all factual. I mean, they put out a press release that said it, and that he did get a cease and desist, and all of that stuff happened. And from what I was told, they don't allow law enforcement to conduct investigations on their platform either. That doesn't mean the law enforcement doesn't, but they don't allow for it supposedly. So I don't understand what they're angling or what they're trying to do, posturing to do, for other words. But it's weird. It's just a strange thing.
Well, if they're punishing the guy who is trying to punish the criminals, it's kind of like the defund the police. Like, okay, then whose side are you on?
Yeah, well, let me show you what their stock looks like now after just talking about that exact thing. I think that a lot of people are in agreement with us. Like, why would you do that? I mean, here's the 6 months. You can look at this over. Yeah. It's split in half. So I know that. I mean, what is the top article here? Understanding Roblox grooming problem. So for being the largest children's game, if the headline article is their grooming problem, then maybe you should do something about it, or take bigger actions other than.
And also, you don't want to go to hell for eternity, so that's also a good motivator, I think.
I don't think many people in Silicon Valley are worried about hell, and they should be.
I agree with that.
So, it is what it is, and it's very sad for me, and I don't want people to be, the people that don't know me at all, and they're watching me for the first time, to think that I'm just consuming myself with evil for fun. That I do this, and these are active investigations as well. I'm showing you the stuff that's publicly out there, but I'm still trying to get them arrested. I'm still actively assisting in the arrest of these individuals and more. Can't talk about those cases, of course, but this public stuff. It's not fun for me. I feel like this is a purpose that was given to me by God, and I don't know how much you know about my story, if Sean told you or I told you.
No, tell me.
So I get a text message from my friend's wife, and it had 3 screenshots in it. And at this time, I had no idea about child. I obviously knew predators and pedophiles.
What were you doing for a living then?
At that time, I owned a medical facility, so for substance use and mental health.
Yeah.
They changed it from abuse to use, so it's a weird thing. I get a text message from my friend's wife, and it was 3 different screenshots of this horrible website that was on the clear web that anyone could visit. This is not the quote unquote dark web that people talk about. It is really just it's called Tor, the onion router. On the clear web, anyone can see this website, and one of these 3 photos was a picture of a child that was sitting in a bathtub. You could see their back, you could tell that they were nude, but you could just see their back. And the title of the forum post said, they have no idea what's going to happen to them tonight. And underneath of it, all of these people were talking about what they were going to do to this person's child. So this is my first time ever seeing anything like this, and I'm like disgusted on a level that I've never felt before. So I leave where I'm at. I physically left the location of where I was at because, I just had this switch flip in my brain that I didn't know I had. I don't have children. I wasn't abused as a child. It just had to have been a God thing for me. So I go home with the intention of trying to probe around this website and take it down, which without all the technical details for the nerds that are listening, I was going to do a distributed denial of service attack. Just keep the site shut down. It would have been impossible to load the site, which is a very simple, easy attack to do. It sounds crazy, but it's a very easy one. But I got lucky, if you want to say lucky. I got lucky that they used a forum called Zen4o, and they used a theme that happened to be nulled, meaning they didn't pay for access to use this theme. And that theme gave me access to their entire server, which included their entire database. So now this website that is absolutely terrible, that children are on selling themselves, that people are on looking for that type of material and chatting about it on an open forum that anyone can read. I now have full access to their entire site to download anything I want and to try to uncover who's running it. So I start to have a little bit of common sense because I got an adrenaline rush at this point when I realized I have access to this. Common sense started to kick in. If you download all of this data, you're going to be in possession of CSAM. And I didn't know the term CSAM back then. I just used the term child porn. And, I don't like the word child porn personally. I feel like it implies consent. But I knew that if I downloaded this database, I cannot include images, videos, any attachments, because when I go to deliver this to law enforcement, I don't want to get wrapped up in anything like that. The last thing I need is somebody Google searching Ryan Montgomery and then something like that horrible comes up, So I thought about that even back then. And I wrote a script to extract the database. And the first user, and exclude all that stuff. The first user in that database was a politician in Virginia named Nathan Larson. And he's a little bit of a whack job politician, but he was, running for Congress. The guy,
as a libertarian,
I believe so. So Nathan Larson was running this website. Never heard of him before at that time, and I start to export the database. There's 7,000 total people in this database across 4 different backups that were on the server. It was just a combination of a ton of users. So this is my beginning. I go from not knowing anything about this at all to now I got a database of 7,000 pedophiles and I want to do something with it. So I reach out to my attorney first, actually, I believe it was, but I reached out to him who reached out to the task force in the local, like the Palm Beach County task force, I think it was, or Broward, one or the other. And then IC3.gov, National Center for Missing, NCMEC, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and then 11 different media stations, because there was a 6-month gap in between law enforcement not ever showing up at my door like I thought they were going to. And then I was like, okay, well, then I'm just bringing this to the media because I feel like they may take action if I, go to the media. So I spoke to all sides, left, right, middle, whatever. Politics really isn't my thing. So I spoke to all and any reporter that would take the time to talk to me. Every single one of them was interested in running the story. Not one of them was saying like, we don't want to take this story. They all came back with almost an identical answer, that their legal team was not willing to run it for liability reasons, for legal reasons, or how the data was obtained. So my rebuttal to that was, just run it without my name, run it without any of the legally, quote unquote, obtained material. Just let people know that this website exists, that there's children on here that are selling their body. Let parents know that this is happening. Not one of them run the story. So I'm very aggravated at this point that nobody wants to run anything. 6 months goes by. Nathan Larson's in my Google alerts. I get a notification. Nathan Larson's arrested with a 13-year-old girl in Denver, Colorado that he kidnapped and raped. And I was so aggravated because every one of those articles, I know that could have been prevented if they listened to me in the first place. There's 7,000 other people in this database that nothing has happened to at this point. And I didn't want to just leak it to the internet, because if I leaked it to the internet and there were concerned parents on there, which it would have been hard for that to happen because the application process to become a user, you have to answer some wild questions. But even undercovers, I didn't want to leak the database and potentially do what Ashley Madison did. People killed themselves over that leak. I'm waiting all this time. No, law enforcement's not helping. Media's not helping. Nathan gets arrested with this little girl. They don't include the website at all in any articles. They talk about him being a person that ran for Congress. You've seen, you've heard the story, but you probably haven't heard about the websites that he was running.
No.
And, 7,000 people is, it's not a crazy number, but it's a lot of pedophiles in one spot. And if I got all of their email addresses and all their usernames and all their private messages and everything you need, I don't know why this wouldn't be a case on a golden platter or silver platter for law enforcement. So I was very angry at that point, and the only thing that I could think to do, because I didn't have the network I have now. You know, I'm just a computer hacker that owns healthcare facilities, and I'm kind of staying in the dark. So I was like, you know, I see these vigilante predator groups on YouTube, and at that time it wasn't like they are now. There's a ton of them that exist now, where they go out, they have decoys who pretend they're kids, and then they go out and confront them one by one. And I saw back then there were only like, you know, a few of them on YouTube, not a ton. So I asked them, because I'm sorry, I'm skipping a little bit ahead here. So those groups that were there, I noticed that in the videos where they're confronting these predators, where they believe they're meeting up with a real child and then they get confronted by an adult, similar to how Chris Hansen was doing it with law enforcement.
Yes.
They were just doing it without law enforcement. They wouldn't know the person's name, a lot of these groups, or where they worked, or what their wife's name was, or what kind of car they drove, or any details about them. They would just show up. So I was like, okay, that's where my value could come in. I can identify these people, and you know, there's a better chance of this guy staying if you know where he works, if you know what he does, and all of his personal details. He's got a better chance of not just turning around and getting back in his car and driving away. So I reach out to these channels. I offer, you know, to provide them with a full case file on anyone that they send, you know, identifiers to, and a few of them accepted. And for a couple years, I did that. So I was helping these channels anonymously. I wasn't putting my name out there. I wasn't asking for any money. I just wanted to help, and that's what made me feel better about nothing happening in the first place with this one website with this politician. Then skip those 2 years of me doing that. A friend of mine, a professional MMA fighter, we start, and there's a reason why I say that. He's a professional MMA fighter, and we're sitting in a garage. I'm telling him this exact story. I pop open a chat room. I show him, you know, how bad this problem is. Again, demonstrating that it can happen anywhere, anytime. Unfortunately, zero effort required. And he is more than willing to start a group with me to catch these guys in our local area and in Delray Beach, Florida. So it was called, and he's still running it, it's called 561 PC. And once he starts doing that, and he's got a little bit of a social media following, and people start watching, you know, us catch predators, I'm behind the camera, and he's, you know, the face of it, reading the chat logs to these predators one by one. A couple of the podcasts that focus on MMA wanted to talk to him and ask him, you know, about catching predators. He brung me along on these podcasts, and one of them asked me the question, how did you get started? So that question right there is what changed the complete trajectory of my life. Like, we wouldn't be sitting here right now if that question wasn't asked, and, you know, like the butterfly effect type of situation. But they asked that question. I explained that there was this case. I still had all that data, still nothing done with it legally. I just have this database of all these people, nothing done. And from there, I have all kinds of media reaching out the next day, because a clip from that podcast got 10 million views in less than 24 hours on a smaller podcast. I wake up and my inbox is full. My phone's getting phone calls, getting emails, and everybody wants to hear the story. Nobody wanted to listen to me the day before, but now they want to hear it because it went viral on social media. And one of those people was Sean Ryan. Sean Ryan, and I didn't know Sean at this time. We never even spoke to each other, but he saw my clip and he was like, I want to get your message out there. And he took a huge chance on me, because I could have been lying. I could have been a nut job, a schizophrenic. I might have been making this whole story up. But Sean took the chance on me of not only that it was truthful, but the chance of releasing that type of content with screenshots and chat logs and all this stuff on YouTube, with the chance that he might lose his channel. So I go in there, into Sean Ryan's show, and I'm wearing, like, you know, a t-shirt. I say this a lot, but like, I'm wearing an oversized t-shirt. I'm paler than I am now. I'm skinny. I'm hesitating on my words. I got lights in my face. I probably drank 8 bottles of water. I'm so nervous, you know, and not because of talking about what I wanted to get out there. I'm just not used to being on a podcast. You know, it just wasn't my thing. And I finished it up after we talked about gadgets, which, you know, we'll get into. I want to show you some fun, happy stuff in a minute. But I start doing that, and then I get into this stuff. And I walk out of the studio and I ask Sean, I'm like, hey man, how do you think that went? Be honest with me, because I really felt like I messed it up. And he was like, yeah man, I think it went pretty well. And him and I both didn't think it was going to make it 5 minutes on YouTube, because they're pretty strict sometimes when it comes to, especially when you show that type of content. So we didn't think it was going to make it more than 5 minutes, and I was okay with that. I was okay, fine. At least I tried. I did everything I possibly could. Sean sends me a text as soon as it's released, pretty close to as soon as it was released, and I'm sure you've seen this, 1 of 10, meaning your video is doing well. And that I didn't know what it meant. Sean said that it was doing well. It became his biggest podcast that he's ever done, still current day, on Apple, Spotify, YouTube combined. It's got hundreds of millions of views, a total of, with the shorts, billions of views. And I'm not saying this because I'm some noteworthy individual that at the time that had that would have brought that type of traffic in. I think what happened is people could resonate and understand that this is not something that is an uncommon problem. It's it's a taboo topic that people don't talk about until it happens, or happens to someone around them, or happens in their family. And I'm showing the significance of the problem, not just with my words, but with factual evidence, and especially with a live demonstration of it happening on the podcast. Sean and I got very close, and now, this is kind of my first time announcing this, but I'm the godfather of Sean's child. Him and I are very close, and that means a lot to me. That's his firstborn child, and and I don't want to go into detail about his personal stuff, but that Sean gave me the okay to say that, and I love the guy very much, and he took a chance on me that nobody else would, And there's a whole other story that you might be interested in, with Project Veritas getting involved and them fumbling it, and their interim CEO telling me the story wasn't a tidal wave and they threw it out. But the journalist at Project Veritas tried very hard. They did expose a few people in that original database. They tried to partner up with Sean on the release of it, but completely failed.
Why do you think that Project Veritas wouldn't run it?
I think were extremely incompetent after James O'Keefe either left or was fired. Whatever actually happened there, no one really knows except for him. And I genuinely don't even know him personally, but they reach out, they said they want to do it. The journalist spent a ton of time uncovering these people and showing up where they were at, recording them undercover, and asking them, hey, what were you doing on the site? And why, did you say this? Did you say that? And they had all this evidence, but since it didn't make it into the New York Post or the New York Times, they weren't willing to continue with the story. And then I looked into the circulation on those, whatever one it was, Press or the Times, or Post or the Times. And the circulation was like a tenth of what a small influencer on social media would be getting in, that year. So it made no sense. The interim CEO, her name is Hannah Giles. I don't know if you're familiar with her, but
I am.
Okay, so Hannah gets on the phone with me and says that this story is not a tidal wave, and it got completely shut down. Their journalists, on the other hand, were very upset about it because they really care. It was a passion project for them. The management team, they just threw it out. But Sean Ryan was the one that pushed the story so far that allowed me to get involved with federal law enforcement, to work with Sentinel Foundation, to deal. Now I've worked with every agency under the sun. You name the acronym, I've worked with them, and it's a blessing that I never thought would ever happen for me. It's a very dark path that I chose to take, but I believe that I did it for the right reasons, and I told you I pray to God every single night that if you don't want this in my life, to take it away from me, and it just unfortunately keeps getting worse.
So you made reference earlier to organized groups that are behind this almost inconceivable effort to make children harm themselves. Satanist groups. What are those groups?
So there's a few of them that I'm familiar with, or that I've seen, I guess is a better way to put it.
Yes.
And it just actually reminded me of a conversation I want to show you, because a lot of it's senseless. So it's all senseless, but even if they believe that what they're doing is right. So the Order of Nine Angles is one that I believe has been around a long time.
The Order of Nine Angles?
Yeah, or O9A they go by. They believe in a thing called culling, which is they believe that they get power by harming other people.
They do. That's a real spiritual principle. That's what that's what abortion is. That's what human sacrifice is.
Understood.
That's what, every ancient religion was about that, from the Canaanites till present. That is literally devil worship. You get power from hurting others.
And they believe that. They openly talk about it and use the words culling. Culling, yeah.
O9A.
O9A, and then I saw a reference recently to NLM, No Lives Matter. And if you don't mind, I can pull it out. I want to show you this conversation because the guy is, one of them is selling tickets to his suicide. And another one is he wanted to be murdered by, suicide by cop, but instead of just letting it happen that way, he was talking to one of these cultists and he was deciding, should he, murder a bunch of people on the way out, and what group is he gonna do it for? Right.
You don't need to. I mean, what we're watching is like, a country that needs an exorcism.
It seriously does, and that conversation. If you don't want to see it, that's okay. It's a guy that is just he's ready to end his life. And I don't support hurting yourself in any way, shape, or form. But if you're going to do that, don't bring other people out with you.
Well, the whole point of it is, suicide's an act of hostility. Anyone who's been around it can affirm that. So yeah. By the way, Jesus cast the demons, the legion of demons out of the man into the herd of pigs. What's the first thing they do? Kill themselves.
Oh yeah.
So
that's a good point.
Yeah, no, it's so obviously the product of possession. Order of Nine Angles. What does that mean? 9 angles.
I genuinely don't know.
But it's been around a while.
It's been around a while, yeah. Yeah, I do know that part.
And these are groups that are just like internet groups.
Yeah, but I think Order of Nine Angles also has physical members that are not just internet. There's a combination between them and, let's just say 764 because there's a ton of subgroups that go underneath of it that do exactly the same thing. They have connections to these real life groups that that will go out and protest something or go burn a building down or. Have you ever heard of I don't want to go off completely off to a different topic here, but we brought up swatting temporarily. Do you know what swatting is?
I do.
Okay, so I've been swatted 3 times just talking about these things online by these guys, and telling people that there's I got, which I don't even have a wife, but my wife is tied to a chair. I got bombs in the windows, and I'm going to kill any cop that comes in the door. And, I request these 911 calls because I know the cops in the area. You can do Freedom of Information Act or just request it from dispatch. And I hear it's not even it doesn't sound anything like me in any of these calls. But SWAT teams are coming to my house, and now they got the last one. They called my phone in advance and told me, hey, we got officers around the corner, would you mind just coming out front to make sure everything's all good? And I'm out there with my coffee cup and did a little 360 around, and they just are trying to torture me, and they've been harassing my family. They've threatened my friends. They've threatened me with death threats. They you name it, they've done it.
What I find baffling is that you and I are talking about these groups. You're naming them. They've harmed you. They clearly harmed or killed other people. What kind of effort is there at the FBI to find these people and prosecute them?
It's just it's not. I don't think that it's a lack of passion. I think that HSI, for example, all they're focusing on right now is immigration. People are literally leaving their jobs because the actual from what I've been told, they are they're not focusing on investigations, especially in child crimes. They're just focusing on immigration. FBI, on the other hand, I don't think the passion isn't there. I think the problem is the resources and the skill set and the training that doesn't exist.
Well, if you have active Satanist groups trying to kill people in your country, it seems like that would be a priority. I mean, I know it's not January 6th level priority, but somewhere on the list, you would have to want to address that, right?
Totally understand, and they are addressing it, but not to the ability that I know that they could. So it kind of segued into me coming up with an idea, because with Sentinel Foundation, we send people all over the world to train law enforcement on how to use new tools and how to identify people in the same way that I identified you. The first way, first 10 minutes of our show, training law enforcement how to do those things so that they could go off of an identifier like a username or a profile photo or a phone number or whatever it may be. Let's say it's just a license plate. Or I've even had one guy, I remember the story, but he had he was like a plumber, and you could see the logo of the plumbing company and a little portion of his face. And I was able to locate him just based on where he worked. I didn't even know what city or town that he lived in or name. And I went through it's simple but effective. Went through the Facebook comments of that particular business. I did a reverse image search, not face search, reverse image search of the logo for the plumbing company, found their Facebook profile, and then was able to locate him based off of, a little portion of the picture that I could identify him as. Took a lot of legwork. There was no automation. There was no advanced technology there. But sometimes open source intelligence is simple, and sometimes it's extremely advanced. And that's why people like myself and other people that are working in this space, if they're good with open source intelligence, because it doesn't just apply to child crimes, it applies to any crime. Identifying where somebody is at or what they're doing or what something is or details about a particular thing should be a skill set of all law enforcement, I believe. And we're doing a great job at that with Sentinel, but then with Pentester, we made a product called OSINT Pilot that, it's instead of training and sending people all over the world and country, they can just conversationally talk. This is only for law enforcement, by the way. This is not for consumers. The Pentester product itself is for consumers, but OSINT Pilot, if your law enforcement reach out to us, we'll help you out. There's no training required. So you type in a person, let's just say it was that guy that had a logo of a plumbing company on his shirt, and his face wasn't really that visible, and there wasn't much to go off of. Our tool will take that image, it will take the description, it'll search everything you would do by hand. We have over 40 tools implemented into it, and about 10 minutes later, you'll have a 30 or 40 page report on that individual if it was something he was able to find. Obviously, the more identifiers you add, the more effective it's going to be, but we made something that's never been done before, and it requires no training. Like you said, you don't have a computer, you never used a computer. I guarantee you that if I said, hey, find, John Doe, here's your identifier that you have, the last 4 digits of his phone number, and, he lives in this city, and his, first name, and, the last initial, that tool will find him. And even if you didn't know to put that information in, our tool will tell you, it'll tell you what to provide it. So it's something that we built. We're super proud of it, and it's that's what I believe the FBI should be doing. HSI, everybody should be reaching out to not only myself, but anybody that's willing to provide these OSINT resources, or because it can be deeper than that. OSINT, SIGINT, human. There's all these different types of intelligence that, more people out there than myself are doing. But, just my opinion.
Yeah, it just seems like an emergency if you have, Satanist groups working to kill Americans and their children. I don't know. I mean, I know, they're not Iranian, but that would seem like something we should be really working to end.
It shouldn't be a computer nerd like myself digging through these chat rooms or Sentinel Foundation. We should be working and a lot of times we're working in tandem with federal law enforcement, like with all of these cases. But when it comes to the mass scale, you're absolutely right. It's not being prioritized in the way that we're prioritizing it.
Yeah. I mean, it's everything that will destroy you and your family. What is that box of gadgets right there?
I got a lot of gadgets for you, and I think that you're going to like them. So let's skip to some better happier.
No, I don't know if that's happy or not. I'm afraid of gadgets too.
Oh, it's a different type of fear. The other ones are more of I'll show you. I almost messed with you, and I don't want to give away where we're at right now, but downstairs is a very unique place, right? And there's a lamp that happened to be sitting there. I don't know, you probably don't even know it's there, but to the left of the couch, there's a lamp sitting there. And this right here, my friend, his name's Peaks. He took a regular bulb off of Amazon. It's called Wise. And he made a bunch of different ones. So you could buy this smart bulb on Amazon and make it change colors. Essentially, is all that it does. He put modified software or firmware onto this bulb, and I can match the colors of your other bulbs. Let's say I was in your bathroom using it, swapped out a bulb, and left your office. Now I have an implant that I can monitor your Wi-Fi or try to pivot from this device to your other devices and take over your computers in your house or your office. I could show you if you had a lamp. I could show you, but
Would tell me what it does. So I leave that in your house, and then I get to do what?
So leave this in a house, for example. The goal would be to access your network. So I would knock your devices offline with it. It has the ability to do that. which, it's called a de-authentication attack. And then from there, you capture what's called a handshake. And then I can try to crack your Wi-Fi password from that handshake. Once I have that, now this light bulb is on your network with the rest of your computers. And, from there, I could try to pivot from the bulb onto your computers with your sensitive information and files and, anything. Or I could start to reroute your traffic with, it's called DNS, to phishing pages and try to steal credentials. I mean, this light bulb could be, how a router is connected to the internet?
Yes.
I could trick your computer into believing that this light bulb is the router. So I have the way I'm routing the internet through the bulb. It can do a lot more than that. I'm just trying to simplify it a little bit.
And I can communicate with that light bulb from afar.
In this bulb, no, you have to be within Wi-Fi range.
Yeah.
There are other devices that are implants that you could at a distance with SIM cards or other means. Or if they're plugged directly into the back of a computer, like I do have one of those in my bag that you would never know. You would never unplug it because it looks like it's supposed to be there. That one connects, I could be in Guatemala and I could have complete control over that device from Guatemala.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's the hacker's nightlight. I thought that was kind of a cool.
That is cool.
And think of it like this: like this is a real brand. This is not something that he paid to prototype. He hacked the bulb itself, and imagine a company like this either getting hacked, like compromised, or like a lot of these come from China. So let's say a Chinese company goes rogue, which I don't think is too crazy to think about modern day, and sends out custom firmware for these bulbs that does something malicious on your home network. What if it gains access to your computer or to your Amazon Alexa or whatever it may be, and now they're listening to you in your house, or they're just trying to steal your passwords or doing whatever they're doing. They're collecting data or intel, which there's so many examples of that. So same guy, just buying smart, they're called Internet of Things or smart home devices straight off the internet. This is just a smart plug that looks, you can look at it. There's nothing special. Oh,
What makes it smart?
It connects to Alexa and Wi-Fi, so you can turn something on or off. It's just a simple gadget that you can buy on Amazon. Works,
Okay.
And let's say you want.
So you plug this in, plug the lamp or whatever into this, and then rather than actually just moving your fingers and turning it off, you tell some chick called Alexa to do it.
Yeah, you tell Alexa. You say, "Hey, turn the lamp on," and she turns the lamp on. That is essentially the same as the light bulb. So that will monitor, the network and still work just as it does out of the factory.
I don't want to be judgy, but the idea of having Alexa in my house or anything like this in my house is just bizarre to me.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
So my personal reason is I can see the traffic going in and out of my house. I know that the microphone has to be listening at all times to listen for the word Alexa. I'm aware of that, but I know that my conversations, unless I say the word Alexa, are not being sent to Amazon servers. So I'm personally not scared of it, but I do know that if somebody really wanted to, they could use those devices to listen or see inside my house. That is a fact.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
Even I know that.
Yeah, of course. But I'm okay with the risk there personally, which brings me to a topic that is a little bit more scary.
Okay.
So, I don't know what your setup is at home with cameras, with your garage door, with your car, Have you ever seen anything like this before?
No.
So what this device would do, and the usage of it is illegal. So if I press that button, we're both committing a federal crime.
Not me, man.
Yeah, we're not pressing the button today.
Okay.
Unless you want to. But this is called a jammer. So what this does is it's going to shut down every single cell phone in this entire building, 70 meters. It's going to turn off GPS, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, all of it. It's going to jam all signals that are important, which means your wireless cameras are not going to work, your Bluetooth, microphones, your everything. You can't call 911. You have no way unless you have a landline hidden around here somewhere. The alarm system in this place that likely has a cellular connection can't contact. You might hear the alarm going off, but nobody's getting a notification that you're being robbed or anything. This device can cause a serious problem in your life, especially with the video cameras and alarms and phones. There is no solution for this problem, and it brings me.
How does that work?
So what it does is imagine a way to put this into an analogy would be, okay, we're in a small room, right? And if I screamed at the top of my lungs and then I told you to tell me a story, when I'm screaming, if somebody was sitting over there, they may not be able to hear your story because I'm screaming. That's what this is doing. It's screaming at the top of its lungs, 70 meters, and signals can't. They're just so garbled by the time they make it out of that range the 70-meter range, they don't work. So it's just immediately the second I press on that button, everything goes off.
What's the cancer risk from being near something like that when it's on?
I mean, it definitely puts a ton of EMFs out, but I don't think much more than your average radio. I mean, you're surrounded. I could show you a pretty wild example of that right now without turning anything on. This is just Bluetooth alone. Check this out. I always show this to people that talk about EMFs because you cannot avoid them. Here, right here.
Here, you could just pass it to me because
Here's just you can scroll down. You see the colors there? Scroll down on the colors. They're just the Bluetooth devices that are within 30 feet of us. That's just Bluetooth. So, imagine cellular. You got GPS, Wi-Fi, you got radio, you have from CDMA, GSM, 4G, LTE, literally all cellular signals. They're all hitting us. So if we got 50 Bluetooth devices in this building, which, or more, it might have been more than 50 there, all these signals are passing through you regardless. The ionizing radiation is the ones you should worry about, like 5G and being close to a 5G tower. I believe that those are dangerous, especially at long-term exposure. But no matter how protected you are, unless you live in the middle of nowhere with, no signal to anything, where you put your house in what's called a Faraday cage, like you're getting penetrated by these signals, whether you like it or not.
What if you're sitting on an airplane using Wi-Fi?
Same exact thing, and you're even getting ultraviolet because the higher you go up, the less protection you have in the
White
sky.
pilots get skin cancer. Yeah,
Exactly.
and
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, it's something. It's almost unavoidable, in my opinion.
So that jammer right there is commercially available?
Yeah. So they're illegal to buy. They're not illegal to own, but they're illegal to use. So of course, I found this on the highway on my way here.
Yeah.
But
if you wanted to buy one illegally, where would you buy it?
China. China is the primary, place selling them, and a lot of the websites are scams. So luckily, criminals that want to buy them will likely get ripped off. But whoever bought this and left it on the side of the road must have known the right person to buy it from.
Does it work? Well,
yeah, it does work. Yeah, it definitely works, and I've used it. I publicly used it. I know that it's a crime, but I've used it in controlled settings.
But if I wanted to stage a home invasion, I'd turn that on first.
Yeah, and I've shown examples on social media with even smaller versions of this, which I want to show you because it relates to Iran and the drones, and I want to show you something interesting with that. But I showed a device similar to this that disabled my doorbells and disabled everything by just clicking a button, because it overwhelms that signal. And when the device doesn't have storage on it itself, like a lot of these new cameras, they rely on the cloud. If they can't connect to the cloud, then the storage, then the footage never existed. So to repeat that, if you have a cloud-based camera or wireless camera, if it loses connection to the internet or the cloud, the videos are gone. The images are gone. There's no way to recover it. So if somebody gets a hold of a jammer, or if you just happen to lose internet, you have no cameras anymore. You have no footage. You have no way to know somebody's approaching your house, or if you aren't home, that somebody entered your house. It's just as if it didn't happen. So using wired cameras is a solution to that problem. And that goes for, I've shown some examples on the news with hacking garage doors and opening cars and being able to duplicate key fobs and, capturing those signals out of the sky. You would never know that that's happening. So your house, and I could go on a whole thing about safety with your house, but one little advice while it's on my mind is if your house is connected, if your garage door is connected to your house and there's a door that enters your house from your garage, treat that door like it's your front door. Because I could be standing 100 feet, 200 feet away from your garage, and when you go and click that button in your car to open the door, I can capture the signal for a very large number of the manufacturers, and I can forever gain access to your garage door. And I've demonstrated it over and over again in many different places. One of the largest streamers on the internet, Aiden Ross, I hacked his gate same way. I have forever access to Aiden Ross's gate, where he's got millions of dollars worth of merchandise, cars, and it's all with a simple gadget. So I want to show you that. Sorry, I don't want to cut you.
No, that's amazing.
Thank you. So just imagine that you're sitting in a Walmart parking lot as a criminal. You're a criminal, and you're sitting in this parking lot. So I could be using a device which I'll explain what this is in a second. But this device, you could buy it. It's not going to do this out of the box. This is custom dark web firmware that's bought from Russians. That it's right now $2,900, I believe. We didn't pay for it. We the people that gave it to me hacked the hacked firmware, so it's like a double hack exception. But I got a hold of it that way, and let me just grab this key fob, and I'll show you if there's battery in this key fob. Okay, 3.
Is that how people steal cars?
So you can't steal a car with this, but you can get in the back seat of a car with this. You could, okay, here we go. You cannot steal a car with this. But you can completely duplicate this key fob. So I can pop the trunk. I can enable the alarm. I can lock and unlock. All it takes is me just pressing any button on here. It doesn't matter which button. So can I show you? Can I come over there?
Yeah.
I just don't know how these cameras work. So you see how it's saying fixed scans. It's listening on this frequency here, which usually key fobs are going to operate in either 315 megahertz or 433 megahertz. If I have that running at all times in a Walmart parking lot, like when I hit the lock button, let's say this is the lock button. Every time I hit lock, a new one comes up, as you see. So let's say I save this, And if you look here, it says Kia Hyundai, which is what this is right here. And then if I just do, let's say, so button's not working.
This outrage will not be forgotten. I lost it.
All right, I'll do 0.
Agitation. A touch of venom.
So when I hit this, now I don't have the key fob anymore. Imagine I have 10 people that's walking out of Walmart. They all click their key fob. Didn't matter what button they pressed. They could have hit lock, unlock, whatever. If I hit this, that's lock, unlock. See how it says open there? Trunk. And if you see here, every single time that I click the button, you see that number at the end is changing. 155, 1F7, 16E, 1C. So it's going in sync with the key fob, knowing what the next code is going to be. And all I need to do now is walk around the parking lot and start hitting the lock and unlock button and look for what car it was. So I could, let's say it's Christmas, or let's say it's a holiday, or let's say I'm a dangerous person. I could sit in the back seat of someone's car, wait for them to get in it, and make someone's worst fear come true.
That's amazing.
So, luckily, which I'll explain this over here. Luckily, this is not something that's easy to get your hands on right now. You can buy one of these devices for $170, but it's not going to be much more than, like something that could turn a TV on or off. Or like last night in the place that you guys put me in, I hacked the light in there, like where I could turn the light on and off, and I could, change the speed of the fan in the room, just for fun. I thought as much content as I can get out here, I'm going to do it. So, this device can do that type of stuff, but it isn't going to open a garage door or hack a car like I just showed you here. The same method with a garage door is identical to what I just showed you with this key fob. So my advice to everyone, and including you, Tucker, is if your garage connects to your house, deadbolt that thing like it's your front door, because it just takes a sophisticated enough criminal to jam signals and then open your garage door and enter your house. So I'm sure you're a believer in protecting yourself with firearms. That's the next step. You take technology out, and then you have the hands-on and what your other solutions are. But
yeah, firearms are the only technology I trust. Just being honest.
They work well. They're better than 5G. They make bigger
I don't
holes
even
in
trust striker fire pistols. I'm a revolver guy. That's how.
You can put a revolver right up against somebody. You don't have to worry about that.
Well, that's the only distance that I would be effective with a revolver, because
That's why cops used them, right? Wasn't it?
So they did use them, yeah. Then they were talked into the striker fire pistols in the early 90s, and accidental shootings just went off the chart, and whatever. I've got a lot of thoughts on ballistics, but but the point is, you don't ever want to be in a position where you have to harm somebody. Of course, I'm opposed to that, but you can trust a revolver, whereas you can't trust a security system. What is that?
So this is called a Nyan box, and this is an interesting invention. So friends of mine, there's this hacking conference in Vegas that happens every year called DEF CON, and it's the largest one in the world. And 30,000 or so hackers go there from all over the world, and they meet with each other.
What's the bar scene like at night at the hacker conference?
Oh my gosh, it's you can envision it already.
I can't.
Long
even
hair, neck beards. And,
totally. Adult acne.
It smells bad. Yeah,
got it.
It's exactly what you think it is. And there's furries there. You know what a furry is?
No. Furry?
A furry.
Yeah.
Or furries. I got the Delco accent.
Yeah.
But there's furries. There's some normal hackers out there. I like to consider myself a normal one. Maybe I'm not, but then there's some real nut jobs.
Dude, you're at the high end of normal.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much, Tucker. Not a furry?
No.
Okay, good. So I'm at DEF CON, and a non-furry comes up to me and shows me this thing, and he was like, "Hey man, take this. It's 3D printed." I don't know if you know what a 3D printer is. It's this entire thing, even the multiple colors, 3D printed. I was like super impressed, especially with these ears, because they're so, they feel like, well, I just broke it. But this side, it's strong. It was probably already broken. But whatever the case is, it's strong, 3D printed. I was like, wow, that's impressive. That's what I said to the guy. And then you know, I didn't really know what he was giving me. I just put it around my neck because it came on a lanyard, and I turn it on later on, and I see it's got all these crazy features. And I'll show you. So I'll read some of them so it makes sense to you. So it's Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and other. And I started to go through it, and I'm like, wow, these guys thought of like everything. 1 second.
What does it do?
So I'm going to show you. It does a lot, and it's jam-packed into this tiny device that they put a couple different devices inside of, and then 3D printed around it. So it's got a drone detector, a drone spoofer, flock camera. You know, are you familiar with flock?
No.
Flock are these cameras that are, you know, the United States. It's a private company that's working with law enforcement.
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
And they're taking people's license plates, and they're storing this data that is invading, in my opinion, on everybody's privacy. So this is detecting flock cameras and flock devices. There's a device scout option on here that means it can track to see what devices could potentially be following or tracking you. So like if somebody was through a device in your car, this could tell you, you know, that's happening. So you like without you having to physically find it, because things can only track you in certain ways, whether it be cellular, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, or some type of EMFs are going to be coming off of that device. In this case, it's going to be looking for Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. But what I think you'd be most interested in here is it can jam. So it can do the video cameras, remote control cars, and any type of signal, Wi-Fi, but not as effective as that giant one I just pulled out.
Yes.
The drone detector and drone spoofer is something that I think is kind of interesting because this is a consumer device. You could buy this from them. They're willing to they're willing to sell it to you on their website. And the first thought you probably are having is, why would they sell a device that can do these things? You know, why? Because it can cause damage. You know, it even has a body cam detector for Axiom, the brand police use for body cams. Like, why would somebody need something like this? You know, the answer to it is penetration testing goes good and bad. You know, like we have a company that people hire us to pretend like we are the hackers. We find all the vulnerabilities before an actual attacker does so that you can fix them. The point of this device is essentially the same thing. You're treating it, you know, you're treating the engagement as if it's a real one. So with the drone spoofer, for example, which I want to explain to you about this stuff because it's kind of wild. The drone spoofer, a counter UAS company, reaches out to them. I don't know the name of the company, but I could find out for you. A counter UAS company that is working overseas asked for them to use one of these for drone spoofing. So counter UAS just means unmanned aircraft system. And when a bunch of drones are incoming, the goal is to know that that's about to happen. If you're using a device even as small as this, it overwhelmed their current system to the point where they couldn't determine whether it was real or fake drones. And it would be not a good thing, but a great way to divert military, because they're going to think we have 1,000 drones coming from the north, and here's the statuses of them. One's damaged, one's landing, one's going this 20 miles an hour, this one's going 5 miles an hour, this one's you can change the statuses and make it appear like these drones are doing all of these things because of this technology that exists. It's called remote ID. And remote ID came into effect in 2024 in consumer drones, and it required that every single drone that's purchased, obviously the government drones could differ, but any drones purchased at March, I believe, of 2024 has to transmit the position of where the person is standing, the position of the drone, the speed, the altitude, and the serial number of the drone, which then could give you the name of the person that registered the drone in the first place. This device can determine that with any drone that's flying around you. So if you have some guy flying around in your backyard with a drone, you could go show up at his house because you know exactly where he's standing, and you can get his name if he registered it. And then, as I said, for the spoofing side of things, that could get really dangerous, especially.
What does that mean, spoofing? It creates the impression of something that's not actually there?
Exactly. So on their UAS, on their screen, where it would look like their counter UAS system, where it would look like kind of like a radar, with like dots. Just imagine it being overwhelmed with dots. And then they don't know if it's real or not real. They get geared up as if it is real, and then drones come in from a different angle that are not detectable at all. So it's very dangerous, and I don't know what the solution to the problem is, because there's companies like Anduril out there that are flying drones in with fiber optic and optic cables that don't even need radio. They have local AI on them that is making decisions on what parts of tanks to hit to weaken them, and has already been hit by this one, or like the drones work together. So I don't know exactly what the solution to this problem is, but I do believe that knowing that it exists and researching some of this technology, especially for our country, is important, because drones, it's not like these are a new thing. Like they were called quadcopters when I was a kid, and they were hobbyists. They were a fun thing to do. And then as time went on, people started to weaponize them, and now they're part of war. And something as simple as a 3D printed box given at a hacking convention can cause a big problem in the military.
Well, yeah, and they're not just part of war; they are war. We're watching it today. What's that device right there? It looks like a transistor radio.
So this is it pretty much is. It's partially what it is. It's a hack RF, which is just it does a ton of things, radio related only. Which not just radio. I guess also some other bands, because it's, without going into a whole radio nerd conversation, it's from 1 megahertz to 6 gigahertz. And I don't know if you know how big of a range that is, but it's huge. It's like the only device that I'm aware of that can do anything like that. But if you look in the receive, you'll see I can look for airplanes, boats. I can even access the intercoms in a CVS and Walgreens, and like that thing is pretty wild. I could over some of the older loudspeakers at fast food restaurants, I could talk through them and listen to them. In the bars, touch tunes.
So this, to summarize, gives you a readout of all the radio signals around you?
Well, yeah. So it's going to receive or transmit. So you could either receive everything around you or transmit at a very large range, and that is pre-programmed with some third-party firmware. It's called the H4M or the Mayhem firmware. It allows you to do some wild things, like Harmless, for example. You're at a bar and you see the touch tunes machine that people pay to play music on.
Yeah.
That thing can take over the touch tunes, add credits to it, turn it off, change the volume, change the song. Easy, simple things. Or it could be more malicious, where, like I said, hacking a garage door or a car.
So I just want to end on a philosophical question for you.
Sure.
So you've just spent 2 hours describing like the darkest sides of consumer technology, internet, garage doors.
Okay.
And I know that all of that technology has brought, I guess, at least theoretically, brought great benefits to humanity. Whatever, you don't have to lift up your own garage door. I have manual garage doors for whatever sort of.
Do you really?
Yes, I do.
Wow. You're the first one I've ever met.
Really?
That's great. I'm glad.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, lock them.
Yeah. Or just live in a place with no crime.
That's true.
My solution. But all of that, I can see the upsides to all of that stuff, but they've all of those consumer technology products have introduced like massive vulnerabilities and control methods. Like they've made us less free also.
Yeah, agreed.
And why didn't anyone mention that along the way? Like I remember when they were trying to sell us on like, the dishwasher you can control with your iPhone.
Of course.
And I was like, I'm happy to do it by hand.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure.
Yeah, the Internet of Things, like, in the end, are we going to look back on this period and think we were being softened up to, like, surrender human autonomy to the machine?
I think it's going to be worse than that because of AI.
God.
Yeah, I think because AI and we're trying to get artificial general intelligence where AI has consciousness, and if we do achieve that state at any point.
But my question is, like, how vulnerable is the average homeowner living as he does, surrounded by all these electronic devices that ultimately he doesn't have any control over, but somebody else does? Like, it seems like we put ourselves in quite a spot.
So we do, and there is some modern solutions for modern problems, and the more.
Because I see the jammer and I just want to set that off in my living room just to like stop it all.
Yeah, I'll buy one and secretly use it
against myself.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
it's a good way to make sure you're not getting anything in or out.
Yeah.
But same with these Faraday bags, but like it stops it so your phone can't get or receive text. Like let's say you're going to a country or you're in a meeting or something, and you don't want anything to go in or out, like you could just bring something like this, like without giving their company name.
Oh, I have a million of them.
Yeah. Okay. So you know what they are.
I don't use them anymore
Well,
because I think it's useless, and I think my phone's already controlled. So it's like,
well, you've been hacked. You know,
many times.
But to avoid being hacked, there's things you can do. And one thing that, in my experience, because I do it every day for a living, is know what's out there on yourself. Know what your digital footprint is. Check out Pen Tester. Sorry for being that guy, but check out Pen Tester because it's worth it. Throw in your email, see what comes back. Spend a couple dollars to make sure that you're protected. Remove as much personal data about yourself as possible so you don't have to worry about somebody being able to find your address or find your information online. And then take some of the stuff that I'm showing you, these devices. As of right now, criminals are not, super sophisticated, but these younger kids, they're growing up around computers and they're going to learn about this technology, and this technology is only going to advance. Just continue to keep yourself in the loop and don't just be stagnant and think that this is never going to happen to you.
Right.
Doesn't mean that it will, but don't be naive,
Is there any electronic device that you would not bring inside your home?
I mean, I would personally, even if I didn't like the device, I would put it on what's called a virtual LAN, or similar to like a guest network, how it's like kind of separated. I'm not super concerned about it. I even have like a vacuum in my house right now that I know is sending data to a Chinese cloud server. I made a video about it and it went insane because, it's China, a cloud server, people like that. For whatever reason on the internet, and I still have the thing plugged in. I mean, I'm not worried about it because it's segregated on my network, and even if the thing goes rogue, which it may, it can't access anything else because it's digitally locked in its little sandbox.
So you're not afraid that at one point the CCP is going to order it to vacuum you?
Yeah, I might get my baby pinky toe or something, but that's about as bad as it can.
So there's no device that you would be personally afraid of having in your home?
Maybe your cell phone.
Yeah, I don't think you want my cell phone in your house.
No, I don't want that one in there.
Literally. Ryan, thank you for all of this. I'm going to be thinking about it for the next week, the second I wake up in the morning. That was really dark. I hope somebody does something about those groups.
I am sorry, and I'm working as hard as I possibly can to do that. And I appreciate you letting me share that message on your platform because it means the world to me, more than I can even put in words.
Thank you. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
Feature-length documentaries on the subject. In recent years, Congress has held multiple public hearings on UAPs, which is a dramatic shift towards transparency. Thanks to many members of Congress, this issue is now being taken very seriously. We, the people, are finally hearing accounts in a credible setting from first-hand U.S. military personnel about highly advanced unknown craft that fly rings around our frontline fighter jets. With President Trump's unprecedented directive to release UAP files, we are seeing more and more of these type of craft captured on various government sensors, and I'm told this is just the beginning. One of the aspects to the phenomenon that's spoken about with less frequency are close encounters of the third kind. Reporting by witnesses of entities of non-human sentient beings connected to the craft. Don't take it from me. Some of these reports come directly out of the United States Air Force's own files. In fact, the very scientists who coined the phrase close encounters of the third kind investigated cases for the United States Air Force from 1947 to 1959. Dr. J. Allen Hynek. According to Hynek, it was cases like those that the United States Air Force desperately tried to keep secret. Because it's one thing to try and confuse the public with weather balloons and swamp gas, and another entirely different when dealing with credible reports of non-human beings on the ground. I personally investigated
spiritualist, including myself, although I'm not a religious spiritualist, but a medium of sorts, we're speaking from experience. And just in the way that there is a very diverse multicultural experience going on our material planet right now, every culture has, millennia of developed ideas and beliefs and emotions and emotional responses. Those are part and parcel of human evolution and build into that moving forward to the expansion of the universe. And that moves forward into transition. You had said transition from life to death. I would say transition from life to more life.
Keep watching to learn more. New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at cihs.edu.
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Today we'll be exploring the grieving process in the afterlife. My guest is known as August Goforth in his work as a spiritualist medium, a psychophysical medium, and he's also a practicing psychotherapist, and he keeps these two professions separate. He practices psychotherapy under his birth name. He is the author of The Risen, Dialogues of Love, Grief, and Survival Beyond Death, about which we've done a previous interview. I'm going to link to it right now because you might appreciate watching that interview first if you haven't seen it already. He's also the author of The Risen, a companion to grief, which will be our focus today. And now I'll switch over to the internet video. Welcome, August. It's a pleasure once again to be with you.
It's so nice to see you again, Jeff. Thank you.
We're going to look at the grieving process, and there's something very paradoxical about it. I know in the introduction to your book, The Companion to Grief, a lovely introduction by my friend Michael Tim. He talks about the great writer Maurice Maeterlinck and his notion that there's really nothing to be sad about when somebody dies, and actually it could be viewed as a joyous occasion. And I think in rare instances people view it that way, but for the most part, grief is not a joyful process.
For most of us, we can agree with that experience, and it's interesting that it appears to me that culturally we're taught that grief is not supposed to be a joyful practice. I mean, there are different cultures that are exceptions that celebrate it more, as it makes the celebration end with the mourning. But the book, as it was transmitted, is the word I'll use, to me, wanted to invite everyone to explore the idea that grief is energy, and it's a particular energy, as Einstein told us, that can be transformed. Energy can be transformed. So I was curious, can the grief that we experience be transformed into something better? And the answer that came back unequivocally was yes, and not only better, but it's supposed to. It's supposed to be a process that has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And we're not meant to get stuck in our grief, but we do. We tend to get stuck in our grief, and then we develop belief systems arising out of that, and responses arising out of that as well.
You, in your early life, write about having lost many close friends and relatives at a young age.
To me, that didn't seem unusual. It wasn't treated as unusual. The death process, the transition process in my family and extended families was treated as a natural thing, and it was not a time to give up hope, but of course to grieve and to mourn, and then to continue to move on with life. I often heard that my parents and the older people around me say things like that. Well, they would want you to move on with your life. They're watching you, they're around you. And that was very comforting even to me as a small child.
One of the interesting things in your book that I found was a list of things not to say to people who are grieving, like, you'll get over it.
It's very hard watching someone that we love so much in the deep pain and the throes of grief. And what we are really hoping for is we want to feel better. So we would like them to feel better. And so we're going to try to find things to make them feel better so that we'll feel better. The answer to that is to less is more. To say as little as possible. First of all, the person in grief most likely is not even listening or not even able to hear what you're saying. Perhaps they can hear the soothing tones and comfort of your voice. And so you can make soothing noises to them in some way, but often they're in shock in some sort of a way, and they're operating at a very different level of resistance to stress and anxiety. So the less that we say and the more we stay, the better it turns out. Is just to, if they're probably feeling lost and abandoned in some way, but our presence there counters that feeling of abandonment. So just sitting there is a great gift to them and to us too. And not everyone can do that. It takes some practice.
In other words, just be with the person without trying to change them in any way, but allow them to have their process.
Right. They're missing very much the presence of the person who's gone on. And your presence is still a valid, important, and necessary presence that their bodies at least will pick up and feel, and they won't feel so alone or abandoned. Of course, we want to maybe see to their needs just to make sure that they have food and water and get rest, plenty of rest, and because usually for them self-care goes out the window. So that can help us too, is caring for them in those ways.
As a parapsychologist and an interviewer, I've had the opportunity, in fact recently, to speak to a number of people about the grieving process and about the transition from life to death and the afterlife. I've heard many different versions of how it goes, how it works. And I'm sure there are many different possibilities, but I wonder if I could reflect some of these things with you and get your feedback on them. For example, what about the needs of somebody who may have recently passed over? There are different traditions, like in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, it's suggested that it's very important for the recently deceased that you read the scriptures, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, to give them guidance of how to proceed as they enter the afterlife.
So what's the question?
Well, how do you feel about that? Well, the reason I bring it up is because I recently interviewed another spiritualist medium who said, no, don't worry about them. They're going to be fine. They're with God. We don't have to do anything for them.
Spiritualists, including myself, although I'm not a religious spiritualist, but a medium of sorts, we're speaking from experience. And just in the way that there is a very diverse multicultural experience going on our material planet right now. Every culture has, millennia of developed ideas and beliefs and emotions and emotional responses. Those are part and parcel of human evolution and build into that moving forward with the expansion of the universe. And that moves forward into transition You had said transition from life to death. I would say transition from life to more life. And often we bring along those enculturated, that's a word, but those enculturated beliefs along with us. And we also believe that our loved ones take those belief systems along with them. So it would be a surprise to find out that maybe they don't as much as we think they do, that when they get there, it's more a chance. It's almost impossible not to. You can't bring the baggage along with you. I think my transition friend Tim said all the things that he wanted to bring along with him into the afterlife just kind of got lost in that big baggage claims department in the sky, that it doesn't come along with us, but we believe it do. So if it makes us feel better to participate in rituals and beliefs and guidance and advice, just like we're trying to tell the grieving person there, it's okay, that's fine. That's part of our healing process too. I've watched people in spirit watch us, and with mixtures of curiosity and amusement, never worry or concern, and they see that we need, apparently, or we believe we need, these guidance systems, these rules, these regulations, these organized structures for our own benefit, and so they don't interfere with that in any way. So if you have, Tibetan have their belief through their culture, this is part of what supports their sense of well-being, physical well-being, mental well-being, emotional well-being.
Well, I get the impression from our previous conversation, in which we focused quite a bit about your relationship with Tim, that it's a mutual thing, that you interact with Tim, he gets some benefit from it, and you get some benefit from it. It's as if you're working with each other and you're both helping each other. Exactly. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Is that typical, would you say, in the grieving process?
No. Unfortunately, it ought to be. But there is a kind of a rhyme and reason to the grieving process, and the main factor is time, and the way that we experience time here is not only different the way, say, maybe where Tim is, or someone like Tim is, experiences time, but each one of us, because we have our very unique bioform, we experience time in very specific ways. So these things take time. I always admired the Victorian culture because they really took their time with grieving. They really amped it up and got into the fashion and rules and regulations about it, maybe a little bit too much. But they realized that time was necessary to get through the grieving process. Once that happens, if we're also setting our intention to stay connected to the person, and it has to be a non-fear-based intention, like we're not worried about them or afraid we've got to rescue them or they're in purgatory or something. It has to be a non-fear-based intention to connect with them. That is raising our spirit, so to speak, the vibration of our spirit, and that gets us closer to them in that way. And then that's where the work, or even it's more like play, comes into place, because they're not taking their transition at all as seriously in the way that we might be. So it takes some time for us to kind of calm down and settle down, see to our own needs, before we can start feeling that we're making a connection with these people, and see if there is some sort of interplay going on. And often it's just learning more about life, like just listening to them. I think I suggest somewhere in the book, like
Pick your treasure.
What? You think I stole your items and I'm handing them to Hero here?
You're right. I do think that. I am thinking that.
And you're sure you're not just mistaking your priceless artifacts for these worthless humdrum artifacts I've owned for years that I'm handing to Hero here? Don't listen to me. They are priceless and he's not mistaken. Here, take this Queen's Coconut, Hero. I stole it from a mausoleum.
You know, hearing you explain it like that, now I'm actually more convinced that you stole those from me.
Damn, you're cursed, brother. You're going to get us all killed. You know Galdrin?
Please, Griff.
Griff. It's very dark in this windowless obelisk. Those really could be anyone's Queen's Carcanets.
That's fair, yes. They could be. How I'm certain they're mine is I watched him steal them through my koi pond.
I don't see how.
Yes, we were talking about this earlier. Wouldn't you only be able to look straight up at the sky?
It reflects at an angle. Look, it's fine. You're Clefari. You steal things.
We do.
You've got us there. We love it.
You know what? You two are so adorable. I'm barely beside myself with rage. Also, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm going to cast a spell that locks the door behind you.
It's just nice to connect with them. And tell them how your day went, and then listen to them and see if they can tell you how their day went. And you just sort of just what people do.
Your turn to pick.
I come, and I command. My friends, I'm calling it. It's in
Prepare for battle! It's in a bag, mate. Yeah, go on, you see if it's not. Open it up and see if it's not in there. I'm telling you, it's a lock, mate.
Hear my word. Mora come. I'm under attack! Oh, yes. By the... Oh!
30 seconds to battle.
Caracas.
The battle begins!
Darkness stalks.
Swiftly.
Fear me. Sworn of shadows.
Dire's courier has been slain.
Fiends take you.
First blood!
Shadows encircle you.
Axe is impressed.
Earth has no command over me. By my demon staff. Indubitably. I'm under attack!
Why am I surrounded by such peons?
Darkness. War. Summoned forth. Chaos crush you. Bestride the night. Karabos Kor Koraman.
Compelled to battle.
At my command. Indeed. Oh, yes.
Denied.
From the shadows. Indubitably. Hear my word. Wretch. Ko. Summoned forth. I command it. I go. At my command. I'm under attack. Indeed. Avowed. By the power of Goroth.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Indubitably. Mortal cheer. Summoned forth. I go.
The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower.
Indeed. Indeed. By my demon staff. Zan Kora, Skor Kora. Oh, yes.
Calls to Dragon Knight. The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower. Your middle tower is under attack.
I
Axe would shed a tear for your middle tower, but Axe does not cry.
Power. Fear me. I'm under attack. At my command. Summoned forth. Hear my word. By the power of Goroth. Mordekar. Karkosa. Will avenge me.
How did this happen? Can you believe this? Your bottom tower is under attack.
The fiends will welcome me. I come, and I command. Indubitably. At my command.
Dyer's courier has been slain. Is under attack.
Fear me. Avowed.
This'll sap some of their starch.
Prepare yourselves.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Super fortified. Like you can't even imagine. kill! Your bottom tower is under attack! Dominating!
Summoned forth. Core Mordaka. Just for that, I'm unfinding you.
Under attack!
Strike the night.
Killing spree! The enemy's bottom tower has fallen!
Oh, yes. Prepare yourself.
Your top tower is being hacked to pieces!
I command it.
The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower!
Really? You just did that?
Axe has seen ruins that look better than your bottom tower!
Sworn of shadows.
tower is under attack! Your middle tower is under attack! tower is under attack!
The shadow passes. Hear my word.
Your middle tower has fallen! Tend to your wounded, or put them out of their misery! Structures can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. One of your bottom tower is under attack.
Avowed. Indubitably. At my command.
Your top tower is under attack!
Mine. Chaos crush you. Indeed.
My blade. Axis problem. Your middle tower is under attack. Puny Radiant hides behind their fortifications.
I step from the shadows. By the power of Goroth. Oh, yes. Go. I go.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Summoned forth.
Killing your bottom tower is not Axis problem.
Indubitably.
enemy's top tower has fallen! Axis getting misty-eyed!
Twill be night for all soon enough. Darkness heals you. Fiends take you. It's not time yet. Avowed. More
Your bottom tower is under attack!
summoned.
Your bottom tower has fallen!
By my demon staff.
Your top tower is being hacked to pieces! top tower is under attack!
Zam Karabos. By the power of Goroth.
Your top tower is under attack! Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower. Axe would shed a tear for your middle tower, but Axe does not cry. Double kill! Explain to Axe, why are your middle barracks standing there undefended? Double kill! Your middle barracks are under attack! Your middle barracks have fallen! Your middle barracks are under attack! Dire structures are fortified! Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine!
By the power of Goroth.
Radiant structures are fortified with 12 important vitamins and minerals! Your bottom tower has fallen! Axe was not involved!
crush. I'm under attack.
Killing spree! Dominating! Double kill!
By the power of Goroth.
Your top tower is under attack!
I command it.
Your top tower is under attack! Your top tower has fallen! Your top tower is being hacked to pieces! Your bottom barracks died badly!
My grimoire opens again. To a new page. Encircling dark. Hear my word. Oh, yes.
The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower! Unstoppable!
Summoned forth. Minium.
Your middle tower is under attack!
Your soul to crush. Son.
Wicked sick! Monster kill! Double kill! Radiant's courier has been slain! Triple kill! Your middle tower is under attack!
In my gyre of evil takes you.
Your top tower is under attack! Your peacenik bottom barracks refuse to defend themselves! Radiant's towers are fortified, just like us.
Dark.
Your bottom barracks are under attack! artifacts have fallen. Axe wishes it was you instead. Your middle tower is under attack. Axe-like. Your middle tower has fallen! Axe needs something. There seems new command. Listen to Axe. Proving your agent needs protection takes the day. Nothing.
Well, hello everybody. Today I have Bernardo Kastrup with me, whom many of you know, and I'm very excited about this. We're going to be discussing analytic idealism, sort of roughly centered on his newest book, Analytic Idealism in a Nutshell. We're going to talk a little bit about the book, some of the decisions he made in it, and then some of the sort of tensions or potential concerns I have with some of the metaphysical views. And we're just going to discuss them, hash them out, and see where we get. Does that sound good?
I'm looking forward to it.
Excellent, wonderful. Okay, so I'm going. I've pre-prepared these questions, Bernardo. So this is a little bit unusual for me. I usually just shoot from the hip, but I also have some questions at the end of this from members of the community. So I want to make sure I represented their questions correctly as well. So I thought we'd start off by talking about the differences between analytic idealism in a nutshell and your previous work, sort of expounding on analytic idealism, which was materialism is baloney. And they're actually, I confess, the only 2 books of yours I've read, although I've listened to you on YouTube quite a bit. So one thing I noticed as a difference between the two was that Nutshell sort of switches out a lot of the
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
And not much.
Kristen, hey.
Oh, hey, Ty.
So last night was pretty crazy.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
I mean, we've been friends for so long, I never thought we'd hook up.
I thought you were talking about the nuclear bomb that wiped out 94% of Earth.
Oh, yeah, no, that was pretty crazy too.
I hope you know that only happened because I thought we were gonna die.
Same. No, literally same. It was
Great.
just like a moment that happened, but we didn't die, so we could like stick together. I hunt, you gather, but
Tyler.
Just for survival reasons. Literally just for survival reasons.
I'm really enjoying my single era right now.
Well, I am literally the last guy on Earth, so just saying.
Okay, fine. We can be survivalists with benefits.
For sure.
But we're not together.
No, we're not together. For sure.
I want to play the field.
There is no field.
Well, I just don't like labels.
For sure. Yeah, labels are weird.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna go scavenge. Okay. I'll catch you in a little bit, babe.
Don't call me that.
I'll catch you in a little bit, Kristen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye.
Prepare for battle! If you want peace, you must prepare for war. If you want war, you must also prepare for war. The lesson is, always prepare for war!
I go. Karabos Kor Koramand. Fiends take you.
Mm. 30 seconds to battle.
Indeed. Kunakor. Mortor. Cheer. Really? You just did that?
The battle begins!
Corzan. Darkness stalks. Summoned forth. Unhallowed ground. Avowed. By the power of Goroth. Oh, yes. strike the night. Indeed. Feel me. Encircling dark. I command it. Hear my word. From the I'm under attack. Indeed. Indubitably.
With the tasty scent.
Gyre of evil takes you.
More than mere.
Feel me. I drain you dry. Summoned forth. Zan Korabos Kor Koramord. Oh, yes. Darkness heals you. Spawn of shadows. Double kill! This has no command over me.
Your middle tower is under attack! Dire structures are fortified.
I command it.
Your middle tower is under attack!
Spawn of shadows. Words of power. Karakazan. Encircling dark. Cry havoc.
Your bottom tower is under attack!
By the power of Goroth.
Axe is glad that your bottom tower is not Axe's problem!
Avowed. I go. I command it. Gather darkness. Indeed. Unhallowed ground. Pain of
tower is under attack.
Summoned forth. Indeed. At my command. Oh, yes. Darkness heals you.
The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower.
Avowed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My land smoked.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Indeed.
Your top tower is under attack.
Gyre of evil takes you. I go. By the power of Goroth. I command it.
Gold for me.
Hear my word. Dark litany. Fear me. Oh! Indubitably.
Axe's heart goes out to Dyer's courier.
Fear me.
Your top tower is being hacked to pieces. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is being hacked to pieces.
Yes. Summoned forth.
The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower. Like that, the dire structures cannot be hurt. Double kill! Radiant structures are fortified.
Kunakor. Indubitably. I'm under attack. By the power of Goroth.
enemy's middle tower has fallen. Double kill!
At my command. I command.
Your top tower is under attack!
I'm under attack. Core. Avowed. Moraka.
Double damage.
The gyre of evil takes you. I command it.
Dominating!
Oh, yes. Indeed. Avowed. Hear my word. At my command. Summoned forth.
Axe is glad that your bottom tower is not Axe's problem. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower has capitulated to superior force! Axe brought his thesaurus! Ha ha! Dire structures are fortified. Super fortified. Like you can't even imagine.
From the shadows.
Puny Radiant hides behind their fortifications.
I command it.
enemy's middle tower has fallen. Would have been faster with axe.
I go.
bottom tower has fallen!
Oh, yes. Bestride the night. Hear my word. Karakazan. Summoned forth. By the power of Gorus. Abound. Regeneration. The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower. Attack. Mordekar. Indeed. Under pain of death. Giant of evil takes you. I'm under it. Indeed.
Your ashes will fall like rain. Gold is a great conductor. Your top tower is under attack!
The shadow passes. I come, and I command. Fear me. Darkness heals you.
Radiant structures are fortified with 12 important vitamins and minerals. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fiends take you. I feed you to my fiends, sworn of shadows.
Axe has seen ruins that look better than your bottom tower. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Dark litany.
Dire structures are fortified. middle tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack! Your top tower has fallen! Your edge needs sharpening!
Of shadows. Sworn of shadows. At my command. Indeed. Hear my word. I'm under attack! By the power of Gorus. Unhallowed ground. I go. Indubitably. The gyre of evil takes over. I step from the shadows. Chaos crystal. Yes.
Puny Radiant hides behind their fortifications!
Circling dark. Summoned forth. Words of power.
Killing spree! The enemy's middle tower has surrendered to gravity!
from the shadows. I command it. Pipsqueak. Let chaos reign. Sha Caracas. Some Boskor Koramal. Indubitably. I'm under attack. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen! X likes! Vigilance. Indeed. Killing spree! By my demon staff. The enemy's middle barracks have fallen! The enemy's middle barracks make a nice piling rubble. Radiant structures are fortified. Desire of evil takes you.
Shakaragas. A new chapter in my black grimoire. Summoned forth. The enemy has had their bottom barracks handed to them! Indubitably. Fear me. At my command. Hear my word. Oh, yes. I came a long way to see you die, son. Go. Encircling dark. Double kill! avowed. Circling dark. Moracam. Hear my word. Indeed. Cor Karamord. Regeneration. Double kill! Summoned forth. Summoned for indubitably. I command it. Fear me. Noble scepter. Dire victory! San Corvus Cor Coramor. 10 seconds remaining. I come, and I command. My friends, I'm calling it. It's in the
Prepare for battle!
At my command. Caracas.
Oh, my children, it's in the bag.
Oh, yes. Carabos.
30 seconds to battle.
Avowed. At my command. Darkness stalks. By the power of Goroth. More dark. I go. You summon the summoner. Your soul to crush. Indeed.
First blood! Axes impressed!
Hear my word. Indeed. Indubitably. I command it. All in ashes. By my demon staff. Shasha Caracas, son. Oh! Sworn of shadows. I go. Chaos crush you. Caraca. Oh, yes. Indeed. Indubitably. By the power of Goroth. Feast. I'm under attack. Hear my word. Mortor cheer. Zan. Zan Korabos Kor Koramord. Indeed. Chaos crush you. Hakamwa Dochia. Rabos Caracas. By the power of Goroth. I'm under attack. Avowed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
From the shadows.
The enemy
enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower.
Not yet. Mordaka.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Summoned.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Sworn of shadows. Astride the night. At my command. It's not time yet. Oh, yes.
The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower. Killing spree!
Hear my word. Words of power. Zam Karabos. I command it. My words of power go back to our betrayer.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
The shadow passes. By my demon staff. Dark litany. Your soul.
Your top tower is being hacked to pieces. Killing spree! The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Axe is glad that your bottom tower is not Axe's problem.
By the power of Goroth. Sha Sha. At my command. Karamos Kor.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hear my word. Oh, yes.
Dominating!
Under attack. By my demon staff. Avowed.
Killing spree! Double kill!
The fiends will welcome me. Warlock. Indeed.
Dominating!
Indubitably.
Mega kill! Double kill!
I command it. I go. Indeed. Summoned forth. Mine. Sha sha.
Your top tower is under attack! Your top tower is being hacked to pieces!
I'm under attack. Summoned forth. With honor.
Unstoppable! Your bottom tower is under attack! The enemy's top tower has capitulated to superior force! Axe brought his thesaurus! Ha
Fear me. Indeed. Avowed. Oh, yes. Wicked sins! My grimoire opens again to a new page. Indeed. Sworn of shadows. Sworn of shadows.
Axe is glad that your bottom tower is not Axe's problem!
By the power of Goroth.
Your bottom tower is under attack! Like Axe, the dire structures cannot be hurt!
Hear my word. I'm under attack! At my command. Indubitably. Your middle tower is under attack! Axe would shed a tear for your middle tower, but Axe does not cry. You broke the enemy's bottom tower! Axe approves! Your middle tower is under attack! Indubitably. The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower. Stride the night. Your top tower is under attack! Your top tower has fallen! Avowed. Your top tower is being hacked to pieces! Feel me. I go. Killing Radiant's courier has been slain! Killing spree! Dominating!
Nicely done.
Axe is glad that your bottom tower is not Axe's problem. Bloodied. Your bottom tower is under attack. By the power of Goroth. Summoned forth. By my demon staff.
At my command. Your soul to crush. Oh, yes. Your bottom tower is under attack! Your bottom tower has fallen! More pages for my black grimoire! Indeed. Darkness heals you. Radiant structures are fortified! Yes, master. Your bottom tower is under attack! Unstoppable! I'm under attack! My fiends will bring me back. Interval. Indubitably. By the power of Goroth. Cry havoc. Is silence. I come, and I command. At my command. The pain of death avowed. Summoned forth. Unstoppable! The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Oh, good day, sir, indeed. Indubitably.
You're not afraid of spiders, are you?
Summoned forth. Fiends take you. War. It's not time yet. Fear me. Summoned forth. Killing spree! Mordecai. Not yet. Puny Radiant hides behind their fortification. Fear me.
Your top tower is being hacked to pieces! Your top tower is under attack! Your middle tower is under attack! Dire structures can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Your middle tower is under attack! Killing spree!
A new fire from the embers.
The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower.
By the power of Goroth. Avowed.
Your top tower is under attack!
Command it. Bestride the night. From the shadows. Chaos, come. At my command.
Dominating! Your top tower has fallen! It could be worse. Or could it? Dominating! Your top tower is being hacked to pieces! Your top tower is under attack!
Your soul to crush.
Unstoppable! Double kill!
Mortor cheer. Hear my word. Summoned forth.
Your top tower is under attack!
Zan Karabos. Mortaka. Karakazan.
Axe is glad that your bottom tower is not Axe's problem!
Karabos Kor Koramand.
Bottom tower is under attack!
I command you, go forth.
Axe is glad that your bottom tower is not Axe's problem! The dire structures cannot be! Radiant's towers are fortified! Just like our bottom tower is under attack! Wicked sick! Monster kill! Double kill!
Gather darkness at my command. I command it.
Your middle tower is under attack! Godlike! Your middle tower has fallen! Axe wishes it was you instead!
Chaos crush you. Caracas, son. I go. Avowed. Your bottom tower is under attack! Axe sheds a tear for Radiant's courier. Axe has seen ruins that look better than your Axe bottom does not tower. Actually cry. Your bottom tower is under attack! Your middle tower is under attack! Indeed. Structures are fortified with 12 important vitamins and minerals. Your tower is under attack. Killing spree! Killing spree! Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack. enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower. Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks have fallen. Your middle barracks have fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Axe is glad that your bottom tower is not Axe's problem. Tend to your wounded, or put them out of their misery. Your bottom barracks died badly. The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower. Your bottom barracks have fallen. The enemy now has mega creeps. Your middle tower is under attack. Shed a tear for your middle tower. Your ancient is under attack. Ancient is under attack! Listen to Axe. Your Ancient needs protection. Proclaims a radiant victory! 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
You summon the summoner. Prepare for battle!
Since the event of one's first and greatest revelation,
My friends, I'm calling it.
It's the bag.
The bag. Fear me. I command it. By the power of Goroth.
"30 seconds to battle." The battle begins!
Darkness stalks. Oh, yes. Fear me. Avowed. In
Summoned Indubitably. Sworn of shadow.
tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Super fortified. Like you can't even imagine. Avowed. Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. That was spectacular. The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower. Avowed. Your middle tower is under attack! Indubitably. The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower. Your middle tower is under attack! Summoned forth. By the power of Goroth. Your middle tower is under attack! Radiant structures are fortified with 12 important vitamins and minerals. Karabos. The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower. Your middle tower has fallen! Axe was not involved. I'm under attack. Oh, yes. The coals brighten. Fiends take you. Top tower is under attack! The enemy's middle tower has fallen! Your top tower is being hacked to pieces! Killing spree! I go.
Crystal back, please. Go in front. Please. You are off lane. Español, eres el pincho de mierda ese. Ve adelante. No espere que nos muramos para después atacar tú solo. Mr. Black need to go in front.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Earth has no command over me. Summoned.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Indubitably.
Dominating! Mega kill! Double kill!
By the power of Goroth.
Dire structures can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. The enemy's top tower has fallen. Killing spree!
The shadow at my command. Indeed. A new champion. From the shadows. Dark litany.
Your top tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Puny Radiant hides behind their fortifications. Dominating!
At my command. Here I come.
Your top tower is being hacked to pieces! Your top tower is under attack! Much like Axe's opinion of you, your top tower has fallen!
Hear my word. Darkness.
My blades and my mind are
Axe is glad that your bottom tower is not Axe's problem. The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower.
Ashes to the dead. Armor melts away. I step from the shadows. Double kill! A new page in my book of shadows. Chaos crush you. Mega kill! Your bottom tower is under attack! Your bottom tower has fallen! A new fire from the ember, your soul to crush. Indubitably. Mine. Oh, yes. Killing spree!
Truth is all around you, but it hides from the unworthy.
Dominating! Double kill!
You came too close to the secret.
Mega kill! Triple kill! Twill be night for all soon enough. Axe thinks you should die a few times first to get used to the idea. Under attack! Axe sheds a tear for Raven's spree! Metaphorically speaking, Axe does not actually cry. top tower is being hacked to pieces! Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack! Dominating! Your top tower is under attack! Unstoppable! Your top tower is under attack! Oh, yes. Wicked six!
The temple steps, had you but eyes to see it.
By the power of Gorus. By the power of Gorus. Dark. At my command. Your bottom tower is under attack. The night. I command it. I go. Darkness heals you. Words of power go unheard. I've seen ruins that look better than your bottom tower. Forth. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is being hacked to pieces. Hear my word. Your top tower has fallen. Do not blame Axe. Avowed. Yes. Core Mordaka. No! Indu. Under attack! towers are fortified, just like Axe. Your top tower is under attack.
You summon the summoner. Morakam. Darkness heals you.
Axfly! Your middle tower is under attack! Axe would shed a tear for your middle tower, but Axe does not cry. Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Like Axe, the dire structures cannot be hurt. Double kill! Killing spree! Triple kill! Explain to Axe, why are your middle barracks standing there undefended? Your mid-racks have failed you. Your middle barracks are under attack. How long can this go on? Explain to Axe, why are your middle barracks standing there undefended? Your middle barracks are under attack. Perhaps more Axe is called for. Your middle barracks have fallen. Are you going to do something about that? structures are fortified with 12 important vitamins and minerals.
A new fire from the embers. At my command. Of old.
Your top tower is being hacked to pieces.
Indeed. Gyre of evil takes you.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Indubitably. Karakazan. At my command.
Radiant's courier has been slain. It could be worse. Or could it? Your middle tower has fallen! Actually, something to shock. Unstoppable! Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.